So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this educational meeting hosted by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and to our continuation of the stakeholder process on the IURC's implementation regarding FERC Order 2222. It's a sunny day here in Indianapolis. We appreciate all those who have joined us here in the IURC courtrooms and the many more who are joining us via YouTube. Thank you to all of those who participated in our December meeting. We appreciate it. And to those who have submitted comments and to all of you for your interest and participation in this process. The purpose of today's meeting is to continue this discussion and to provide additional information and education and hopefully to identify areas where rules may be needed in implementing FERC's Order 2222 here in Indiana. The agenda for this meeting is available in hard copy here in the room. It's over here in our foyer and on the IURC's website. We are very grateful for today's presenters from Voltus, Solar United Neighbors, Indiana Michigan Power, Citizens Action Coalition, and the MISO Indiana Utilities. Today's presentations have been posted on the IURC's website. If you navigate to in.gov/IURC, you will find a link on that homepage to a web page for our implementation regarding FERC Order 2222 page. To kick things off this morning, we'll have a presentation from Voltus, after which we'll have a presentation from Solar United Neighbors. We will break for lunch around 11:30 and come back at 1. When we return from lunch, we will hear from Indiana Michigan Power and the Citizens Action Coalition before taking an afternoon break. And we will wrap up the day with a presentation from the MISO Indiana Utilities and some brief closing remarks. Following each presentation, there will be an opportunity for you to ask questions. For those in the room, you will need to come up to a microphone and speak very closely into that mic so that you can be heard via the YouTube live stream, please. For those of you on YouTube, if you have questions during the meeting, please either forward them to your colleagues in the room or email them to urccomments@urc.in.gov. This is the same email address that is on the web page. We'll be monitoring that inbox and ask those questions for you. Following this meeting, there will be a reply comment period. We're going to open that through March 31st to give everyone an opportunity to respond to what was said here today, as well as to the comments that have been submitted so far, and hopefully to help identify additional issues or areas in need of further discussion. After we've received reply comments, we will post them on our website, and we will review them internally in order to further develop an issues list and to determine next steps. As a reminder, anyone wanting to receive updates and reminders should sign up for our email distribution list, which again you can do here in our foyer or just email us. And with that, I think we're ready to get started. I want to introduce Rao from Voltus. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Good morning, everybody. And if there is any cold that you're seeing in Indiana today, that's not because of me traveling from Minnesota. So thank you. So I'm representing Voltus today. I'm an independent consultant. I used to work at MISO. Some of you are probably familiar with me. I have some slides here to walk us through what Voltus looks at from an aggregator perspective, and that's the perspective that we bring. And thank you, Mr. Davis, for allowing us to go in front of other presenters today. So a brief introduction to Voltus, and then I'll highlight some of the differences between MISO and PJM compliance proposals. I would note that last night FERC has approved PJM's proposal and New England's at the same time. So I haven't read that yet last night, so please don't ask me any questions on that yet. But it looks like FERC is moving on with these compliance proposals, so that's good news. So I will highlight some of the differences there from an aggregator perspective that are essential to drive home some of the conversations today on the initial set of topics that you have laid out. The role of aggregators is essential to implementing some of the objectives that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has laid out in aggregating distributed energy resources, because it's really about managing this complexity that comes from aggregating assets. We all realize individually these assets are smaller in size. They may not have the economics work for them to participate in wholesale markets, but in aggregation, I think they could participate in providing some services in the wholesale market, and as a result, provide what I think is some optionality to address either capacity or transmission emergencies on the wholesale grid. And ISOs, the independent system operators, are really within the Federal Energy Commission jurisdiction, and they have different markets like energy capacity and ancillary services. And essentially, aggregators are helping these smaller distributed energy resources be on the same level playing field as other resources that are participating in the marketplace today, whether those are generating resources, whether those are demand response resources, whether those are transmission, you name it. So what I'm really going to emphasize here from a Voltus perspective is this aggregation essentially entails what Voltus likes to call orchestration, just like a music conductor orchestrates different musicians to have a clear sound that comes out that looks like music rather than me singing. That orchestration is essential to make this 2222 work. And therein lies the complexity on how to make that work. And aggregators like Voltus have that expertise, if you will. And that is why they sign up customers whose main job is to run their own normal business. They may not be really familiar with MISO. They may not really be familiar or can talk about frequency regulation markets or ramping up products and stuff, but that's the role for aggregators, and I will mention that here in a second more. So on this slide, obviously, every corporation has a tagline, if you will, and for Voltus, it's more markets, more megawatts. And the reason for that is it allows these commercial players, business entities, enterprises, whose main job is to obviously provide consumer goods, for example, in the case of Walmart, or provide our soft drinks like Coca-Cola. Their main role is what they do, their normal course of business. Voltus enables their participation in these markets, in MISO, PJM, and such. Like I mentioned, with aggregation and this orchestration. And as a result, these enterprises, these business entities earn more cash by participating in these wholesale markets. And definitely, as an aggregator, Voltus believes there is a role for these small distributed resources, including commercial players, to participate in these wholesale markets, and that's what the Order 2222 enables, aggregation of resources. So now I'm going to jump into a bit wordy slide, but it actually, at least in my view, sets the stage for some of the constraints and the barriers that we see in these compliance proposals. And we'll look forward some direction from the IURC and obviously the FERC about how aggregators can help these RTOs implement the responsibility and the regulations that are given in the Order 2222. Initially, the order requires these ISOs to put together a participation model that allows distributed energy resources to provide all the services that they are technically capable of providing. The word here that I would like to latch on to is technically capable. So if a solar resource is technically capable of providing ancillary services, it should be allowed to do so. If there is a storage resource behind the meter that is technically capable of participating in MISO markets, it should be allowed to do so. In fact, FERC Order 841 today allows behind the meter storage to participate in MISO and PJM markets. And that market participation model has gone live at MISO last summer. And so behind the meter storage, which could be a distributed energy resource, can technically participate in MISO markets today. What we are talking about in 2222 is the aggregation of demand response with storage, is the aggregation of net energy metering solar with storage and demand response. So therein lies some of the nuances that we are going to get into in the course of the day today. The distinction that I want to draw between PJM and MISO on participation model. MISO has taken a tack of putting together a new participation model for aggregation of distributed resources. FERC did not require that. Let's be honest here. Let's look at the regulations. FERC did not require new participation models required the distributed resources in aggregate to provide the services that they can technically, that they are technically capable of providing. So MISO has come up with this new resource called DEAR, Distributed Energy Aggregated Resource. We all know, if we are familiar with MISO, MISO likes new acronyms. Demand response resource, DRR, type 1, type 2, electric storage resource, ESR, load modifying resource, LMR. So MISO has coined a new term called DEAR. Sometimes wonder, oh dear. Distributed energy aggregated resource is capable of providing all these services, and I'm going to get into what those services are here in a second. But MISO obviously realizes the role that electric distribution companies have in participating and in allowing these resources to participate in the market. And so in terms of the questions that you are asked initially about state versus federal jurisdiction, the interconnection of some of these resources on the distribution end is obviously within your jurisdiction, within the state jurisdiction. But the market participation of aggregation of these resources is within FERC jurisdiction, MISO. And so we are going to draw the distinction there, if you will. Second point that Order 2222, it kind of like a recap, is heterogeneous applications is something that FERC is looking for from a compliance perspective. By heterogeneous applications, it is not just demand response resources, which would be homogeneous. They can be aggregated at a single node. It would be demand response with storage. So that would be a heterogeneous application, if you will. So those resources, in terms of having use cases, should be allowed to participate in these markets. And we have gone through some use cases in PJM stakeholder proceedings that are far more detailed, in my personal opinion, compared to MISO. But the point here is use cases and these heterogeneous aggregations can participate in these markets, and that's what the Order 2222 allows. The third point here is about double counting. There's obviously the notion here or the allowance for dual participation, and I'm going to be emphasizing dual participation here shortly. But at least at this point that I want to emphasize, retail programs can participate in wholesale markets. FERC allows that right now. We are all familiar with it through FERC Order 745 and 719 for demand response programs. FERC also allows in storage Order 841 retail electric storage resources to participate in the wholesale market. So the Federal Commission realizes that. So, but there is a controversy, if you will. At least it's not straightforward what those programs are providing, which retail services, at what time, and whether those times would conflict with wholesale market participation at the same time. We obviously don't want double compensation. So dual participation does not mean double counting or double compensation. So I'm going to emphasize that as well as we are going through this slide deck. The size limitations. There is no size limitation in MISO. That's a good thing. Voltus, through the stakeholder committee process, asked for no size limitations for individual DERs, but PJM has a size limitation of 5 megawatt. The size limitations, sometimes work, sometimes do not work, and in my opinion at least, it depends on the area and the location that we are in. If there is a location that has already had seen a lot of DER penetration, maybe we need to look at size limitations. If it is a brand new site location, size limitations would not matter initially. So we need to look at that, and I'm going to emphasize that because that is going to come into play when we discuss the interconnection aspects. Locational aspect. The FERC basically left it up to ISOs to put together compliance plans that allowed for aggregation as broad as possible, meaning multinodal. But MISO does not allow multinodal aggregations, and that is a big point of contention, if you will, for aggregators like Voltus, because that removes the flexibility that Voltus can sign up with other customers who might not participate if multinodal is not allowed. A single nodal elemental pricing node that ties to a commercial pricing node is how the system works today. That is a barrier for aggregating distributed resources that are spread across multiple nodes. And that is something that is within FERC's and MISO's purview, if you will. And I think in PJM's filing, if I read at least that point last night, FERC does call out PJM on this multinodal. In my sense is FERC is not completely on board with PJM's explanation why multinodal does not work in PJM's compliance filing. So something to note here, because multinodal is near and dear to aggregators, because the requirement from FERC is allow aggregation as broad as possible. And if you don't allow multinodal aggregation, then that's not really complying with the intent of the order, at least in that particular requirement. So PJM does allow multinodal for capacity because of the zones that PJM does have. It allows multinodal in ancillary services, but it doesn't allow multinodal in energy markets. And that's where I think FERC has looked at. Again, it's my cursory reading, so please don't take everything that I say on PJM for sure. Metering and telemetry, that's another barrier or opportunity here between MISO and PJM. Metering and telemetry, and again, before going into Order 2222, I want to step back and just lay the level playing field here. Metering is needed after the fact, after the transaction has happened. Telemetry is needed before or during the transaction. Today, markets operate because the operators in the control room in Indiana, in Carmel, send the signals to generation resources, and that is the telemetry. How did they perform due to that signal, whether they indeed were comply or not? That's the metering aspect of it, after the fact. And there is settlements definitions, S55, 55 days after settlements, and all that comes after because of this metering. The point that aggregators want to mention in metering and telemetry is those metering requirements, those telemetry requirements should be commensurate with the services that they perform. If a resource is providing ancillary services, for sure you need telemetry in place for providing that frequency regulation, because as we know, demand response resources type 2 are able to be dispatched according to the signal from the operator. As a result, they need telemetry in place, but demand response type 1 resources do not, because they are block loaded. They do not provide these services in a minute-by-minute ramp intervals. They provide a block fashion. They don't require telemetry. Similarly, aggregators were asking for any telemetry and metering requirements to be commensurate with the services that these distributed resources provide. And so that's a distinction that I want to draw, but MISO is requiring telemetry data for every 2 seconds right now in its proposal for dispatchable distributed energy aggregated resources, regardless of size or product. Registration of aggregations. This is where the 60-day clock starts, and I know our utilities are going to talk about it. 60-day clock is basically providing everybody, aggregators, the utilities, DER providers, the commission, IURC, the stability, if you will, about when does it start, when does it end, and how long does it take. Start, stop, and the duration. Engineers like it. It's black and white. However, there was so much discussion in the stakeholder meetings, at least in MISO, that these 60-day clocks have become almost 90 days now. And the reason for that, at least with MISO, is, as my slide indicates, 10 days are needed for pre-registration for MISO. 10 days each are needed for review by the load-serving entity and RERA, which is IURC in this case, and then the clock starts. So the 60-day clock doesn't appear to me, at least, from an aggregator point of view, it's 60 days. It is 90 days if you add on these additional 10 days for each entity review before the 60-day clock starts. So that's the point that I want to mention. And I also want to mention here, if we are really reducing the barriers for aggregation of distributed resources, we should be thinking about how are these timelines going to enable more aggregations or less? Because in one of the instances here, from modification of distributed resources within an aggregation, if that requires, again, the start of the 60-day clock, then that defeats the purpose of looking at some of these aggregations of distributed resources getting a level playing field. Because if somebody is removing a distributed resource because RERA has objected to it at the EDC, then that should not reset the clock. And that's the point that I want to emphasize in modifications of aggregations here. Interconnections. Let's talk about interconnections, and we can actually spend an entire day on interconnections. But suffice to say, we're talking about distributed energy resources that are already interconnected, that are already on the distribution grid. The question is aggregation of distributed resources participating in MISO market. So people like me who have some familiarity with how interconnection studies are run at a transmission level are wondering, why do we need to study again interconnections of distributed resources? Because they have already, the utilities have already studied them. That is why they are on the distribution grid. What is new is aggregation of distributed resources participating in MISO market. But that aggregation of distributed resources is only going to provide the services it sees fit, if you will. So if it is providing ancillary services, then the interconnection studies should be commensurate with those services. So we cannot willy-nilly have interconnection requirements be a barrier for aggregation of distributed resources. And MISO's proposal right now that it says it doesn't have to go through FERC because it is going through interconnection process working group and basically says they are going to write a business practice manual on it, essentially says they are going to collect a $60,000 deposit from DER providers. That is a big barrier. These small DER providers cannot pay $60,000 just for MISO to study. And these details are left to the business practice manuals, and those details are not yet even in a draft form available at MISO. So that's another barrier if we are talking about reducing barriers for aggregation of distributed resources to participate in these markets, because the end goal here is to allow these small distributed resources to participate such that they can contribute to reducing transmission and capacity emergencies. And finally, this is where I had a big thing that I had to leap out of my chair in the morning when I saw this. MISO has an implementation plan that is 2030. 2030 plan is like companies announcing net zero goals. 25, 26 is when we can latch on to and at least address and prepare for it. But 2030 is so far out that my client doesn't even want me to spend time in MISO DER task force meetings. So that's the bottom line here. What are we doing when we are talking about transmission grid emergencies? We need this aggregation of distributed resources sooner than later. So I compliment you for asking me to present. I don't think you asked specifically me, but Voltus, obviously. And I compliment the commission for starting this dialogue sooner today. And I realize from reading your comments also in the FERC proceeding that you realize you are on the seam. You are one of those states, there are multiple states within MISO, obviously, but you're one of those states that realize PJM is going far ahead than MISO, so you need to be prepared. So I compliment you on that. So what is the process and what does the process or what should be the process to prepare ourselves for this 2222 implementation? The best answer right now, at least from my client's perspective, based on their experience with other operating in other markets and other state jurisdictions, is an informal process. Because having these compliance filings at FERC and not being able to talk to commissioners and not just have any further discussion at these stakeholder meetings is not really working in favor of all of our stakeholders. So an informal process, meaning this collaboration, a collaborative process, I think in Indiana would work best so that we can talk about the things that we need to talk about, like this coordination between the utility, EDC, and the aggregators. And what role specifically does EDC have? What can aggregators provide to EDC so that they can be assured of safety and reliability, so on and so forth. So we need to discuss those aspects. I'm going to get into a little bit more nuances like utility overrides and such, but an informal process. And I believe Michigan has one, and Voltus really applauds Michigan for removing the ban on aggregators of retail customers recently. I know Minnesota, that I'm involved in, is looking at a similar docket right now. And so these informal processes of sending comments in and having presentations and collaboration is much better than what we have in front of FERC. Okay, so here's the point about component DERs. And this is where I think we should spend more time on with the utilities and understand really what is the technical studies and how are they different than the technical studies that the utilities have already performed on these component DERs. For example, if a DER is solar, that solar on a distribution grid already resides on the distribution grid because the distribution utility has studied it. If there is a solar that is on the transmission grid, we know MISO has studied it. We all know the queue delays at MISO. The reason why so many delays are at MISO is because there is so much interest in connecting to the transmission grid. But the difference between the transmission grid and the distribution grid is the distribution grid, the distribution utilities are responsible for. And they have already studied and interconnected these distribution systems. The question now becomes, in aggregation, how are they going to participate in MISO market? And MISO has a market registration process for it. Obviously, all these distributed resources will go through the same registration process like market participants go through today for registering their demand response resources or generation resources or electric storage resources. So we need to understand what would be the interconnection study of an aggregation and how would that be different than the current studies that distribution utilities are performing for component DERs. If it is a storage resource, I'm pretty sure the utilities have already studied them. If it is a solar resource, they have already studied them. If it is a demand response resource, they may not have studied them because it's not injecting. So an injecting resource is obviously going to add more to the distribution grid than a non-injecting resource. So we need to understand those injecting versus non-injecting limitations, technical limitations, for those distribution grid aspects as well as the transmission grid aspects for these aggregations to participate in the wholesale market. And again, the key there is, what are the services those component DERs in aggregate are participating? Are they providing only capacity? Are they providing only energy? Are they providing a specific ancillary service like frequency regulation? So therein lies the answers to how detailed those interconnection studies should be. Because interconnection studies, as we all know, fair or not, is a buzzword for killing a project. It takes more than 5 years for interconnection studies to come out with a signed interconnection agreement at MISO. A lot of developers don't have that much capital tied up for an interconnection study to come out. And so we need to help the aggregators look at what really needs to be studied to allow these aggregation of distributed resources to participate in the wholesale market, to provide that benefit. Disputes, adjudication of disputes. This is not really my cup of tea per se, right? But disputes, there is a resolution, there is a process for it. Just like there's an app for everything these days, there is a process also that MISO currently uses for disputes, alternate dispute resolution process. And MISO has indicated in its compliance filing that it has revised this section 12 of its tariff, and there is a slide here at the end that specifically calls out this process. And MISO realizes it has limited jurisdiction over distribution side of the fence. But MISO does have jurisdiction over the market side of the fence, market registration process. And therein, we can leverage IURC and others, the existing MISO processes for registration and the enrollment, because MISO does have experience with enrollment of market resources. MISO does have experience with settlements. MISO has experience with market registrations and stuff. So why not leverage that process? And also, from a state consumer law protection point of view, it is my sense, at least, again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm an engineer, but aggregators are subject to these consumer protection laws. Any other additional dispute resolution processes should be necessary and should be added to what is already in place. Because that's where I think aggregators would be with you. Because we need to understand what is this new process going to entail and how is that going to help the end goal of seeing more aggregations of distributed resources. It should not become a barrier, in other words. So please leverage existing MISO processes. Okay, operational oversight and control. So this is another hot topic for sure. But the point here is the emphasis on component DERs. Here, the aggregators are basically going to make sure they have the flexibility for these resources in aggregate to participate in the wholesale market. Remember, I showed you the earlier slides that Voltus, the aggregator, is in between these commercial enterprises and the ISOs. The complexity of that aggregation, the orchestration that I talked about, is managed by the aggregators. And so the aggregators need the flexibility to have that operational oversight and control. They're obviously willing to share that information with the distribution utility so that distribution utility knows how are they performing. And I think in MISO's proposal, which again, I'll show that slide here pretty soon, but in MISO's proposal, they don't require the data from the component DERs. They require the data, metering and telemetry, verification at the aggregate. But aggregators should retain the data for auditing purposes. And that's a good thing because we don't want to be bogged down by submitting this data for component DERs, but we would be willing to provide that if we need to. So even under the 2222, the rules say that the ISO should be concerned about aggregation, not the component DERs, because component DERs are within the distribution utility and as such the IURC jurisdiction. So aggregators are willing to provide the distribution utility with this dispatch and performance data because we are going to, this point is critical when we get to the override situation. And also to note from the interconnection procedures today, the utilities already collect that information from individual DERs that are operating on the system from component DERs. And so DUs already might have this information. Okay, let's get to the distribution utility override aspect to maintain safety and reliability. FERC in 2222 realized that these DERs, distributed energy resources, are going to participate in the wholesale market, but the distribution utility is the one who is responsible for how they participate on the distribution system. So there could be instances where the distribution utility would override the dispatch from the RTO. Meaning, as we know, in the regional transmission organizations, whether it is MISO or PJM, there is a day-ahead dispatch. And there is a real-time. A day-ahead market exists to understand what's load out there, what generation resources are going to show up, what's weather going to look like, so that the operators can know who is going to come to the party. In real time, they really know who has come to the party. In other words, which resources are available, because in real time, transmission emergencies can occur, lines can be out, load may not perform, wind may not blow, solar may not dispatch, so on and so forth. So in real time, the operators need to know, again, in 4 hours duration, sometimes in 6 hours, that's where the notification times for load modifying resources come up, and I know MISO is trying to tighten that notification time because they're worried about load modifying resources and such. But the point here is, between day ahead and real time, in real time, for aggregation of distributed resources, the focus shifts to the distribution utility. If the distribution utility, and they have the authority in 2222 to say no to RTO dispatch if it causes safety and reliability problem. We agree with that. Aggregators realize that that's the role for the distribution utilities. But we want, as aggregators, for the commission to realize that aggregators are responsible for non-performance of penalties, non-performance penalties from the RTOs. So we need to know a bit more about under what conditions are the utilities going to override the RTO dispatch. I was talking to a finance firm a couple of days here, and they just wanted to pick my brain about DERs in the industry and such. What came out of that when I mentioned the override situation is they're really not happy or concerned about these non-performance penalties, because that takes away the business case for these distributed energy resources. They need to know in advance, are these penalties going to be millions of dollars? Are these going to be thousands of dollars? Because therein lies the business case for some of these resources to participate and how much financing they can obtain. So we need to know under what conditions the distribution utility is going to override the RTO dispatch. And we would like the IURC to know that the aggregators are responsible for non-performance penalties. And so we would like an opportunity for after-the-fact review for the DE override and ensure there is a fair process so that it is justified. Technical review costs and subsidizations, and I realize I spent more time, at least on this slide, on the cost side. I mentioned $60,000 deposit. $60,000 deposit is similar to MISO collecting $5,000 or $4,000 or whatever the latest number is per megawatt in the interconnection queue. In the interconnection queue, MISO at the transmission level is trying to remove speculative projects. It is trying to reduce the projects that it has to restudy. It is trying to remove the long delays in the interconnection queue. But here on the distribution side, it does not make any sense. These are smaller distributed resources. They, first of all, don't understand the complexities of an ancillary service market. If there is any cash stream for them to get paid, they would like to get into that. But this $60,000 is a barrier, because under the current MISO proposal, MISO wants the distribution utilities to be the gatekeeper. They want, obviously, the distribution utilities to take these study requests, hold on to this deposit money, and under certain criteria, which is one, if it is a, I think, 5 megawatt injection, and two, if it is the line loading has increased by a certain X percentage, if those two conditions are met, then MISO is going to look at that. For that, they're taking $60,000 deposit because they want to be hold on to this money in case there is a distribution system upgrade or a transmission upgrade that results out of the study. But the point here is the net injection, it's not a reduction, in an injection of energy is something from an aggregation of distributed resources that are going to be evaluated. Because if we take MISO's example on interconnection studies, the real question there is your renewable project helping reliability or increasing the problem that is already there in the system? Most likely, you're already increasing the problem on the system because so many people are interconnecting. As a result, then you have to pay your fair share of how much percentage have you contributed to that problem on top of the base case problem, if you will. Now, here on the distribution side, the question is, in aggregate, in component, how much did your net injection at that node cause a problem on the grid? Because what the component DERs are doing is they're reserving transmission, just like an interconnection renewable project would. They're reserving the transmission capacity to access the ancillary service market. And that reservation is what MISO is collecting the $60,000 deposit for. But it's dependent upon whether that resource is really committed to or does it want to participate in the ancillary service market. So those are the nuances here between these interconnection studies, and any technical review of these costs must be consistent with the administrative burden. Because there are already, as I mentioned multiple times, interconnection studies for component DERs. What we are really studying, I think, from a distribution utility perspective, is the aggregation of DERs. And I also want to mention the net injection capability, right? Because if the DER in aggregate is reducing, just like a demand response resource, why would it pay for transmission reservation? It doesn't make sense in my technical mind. If it is accessing the transmission system for providing a service, then it makes sense. That's the point from a transmission reservation point of view. So here's the chart that I threw in because I had too many slides with words so far. And I was really scratching my brain on how to explain this concept about dual registration and how it's not double counting or double compensation. I want to walk this chart from left to right, if you will, between the table that lists out in black and white and the table that shows all these fancy schematics that MISO has come up with. Because MISO has a good concept here. I don't doubt that, and aggregators like Voltus actually like that. Before mentioning MISO's concept, I want to mention what is currently available for resources that are participating in the marketplace today. Generator resources can provide all these things, energy capacity, ancillary services such as regulation, spinning, non-spinning, which is supplemental, and ramp products. Demand response resources can provide only a couple of them, not regulation or ramp, because of that requirement not to have telemetry in place, as I mentioned, because they are block-loaded demand response programs, whereas demand response type 2 can provide everything. I won't read every line by line, but the point here is the DER, the distributed energy aggregated resource, can provide all these services. And that's participation in all these services is not double counting. Participating by providing in all these services is not double compensation. Generators do that today, demand response resources do that today, electric storage resources do that today, dispatchable intermittent resources, wind, solar do that today. So aggregation of distributed resources are allowed to provide all these services in Order 2222, just like any other market resource. And that's what MISO is registering the resource for. In market registration, that's what MISO is doing. It is registering that resource to allow it to participate in all these markets, and obviously measurement and verification and everything it's technically capable of will be taken care of in that market registration process. Now let's look at the picture to the right side, or the schematic that says a DER grouping. MISO realized that individual DER resources are going to be able to participate in the marketplace, obviously, if they meet the 100 kW threshold and they don't have the size limitations. So if there are 200, as an example taking from this slide, 200 residential water heaters, it doesn't make sense for MISO to collect individual information from all these 200 water heaters. Because if you think MISO has staffing concerns in the generator interconnection, wait until they get the data from these individual water heaters. So MISO realized they have to come up with a new schematic, a new acronym, and that's how they came up with the DER. So this aggregation of these water heaters would be grouped, DER group. That DER group is similar to the demand response resources. That DER group is similar to how electric storage resources aggregate at a commercial pricing node. And those resources then as a group would be part of this DER. So that DER can include a DER group of electric water heaters, or a DER group of solar, or a DER group of storage, or whatever technologies that technology providers can come up with in the future that we don't know of. So that individual DERs is what my point earlier was, that our utilities have already studied. They may not have studied this grouping. So that group and how it becomes the DER is what we should be concerned about from an interconnection study point of view. But at the same time, just like my example to the left side, the black and white table that I showed, these DER, these aggregation resources, should be allowed to participate to provide all the services, just like any other resource in the marketplace. And that's what Order 2222 allows. That is not double counting. That is not double compensation. It is dual registration. Resources that are on the retail side, that are the small water heater resources that are paid by ratepayers, these are 200 residential water heaters and whatever else, can participate in the wholesale market. That is dual registration. We are going to talk about, obviously, during the course of the day, under what conditions can they participate? When does that contract actually specify that they cannot participate in the wholesale market? Is it presumptively, can they participate? Every utility is different. Every utility interruptible load contract would be different. But that's the nuance here from an IURC perspective that we need to get into to understand these retail programs, where restrictions lie to participate in the wholesale market. And that's the piece about double counting and double compensation. But the point here is dual registration, registering retail programs to participate in wholesale markets, is not double counting, is not double compensation. And FERC said so in Order 2222, paragraph 160. These resources can participate in one or more retail programs and wholesale markets and provide multiple wholesale services. And the RTOs were required to adopt appropriate restrictions on these participations that are narrowly designed to avoid double counting, more than one service provided by the distributed resources. State versus federal jurisdiction. In my engineering brain, it's clear what is state, what is federal. But it is not clear after so many years of experience working at MISO and now so many years of working as an independent consultant. I realize the complexity even in a simple chart like this. Pre-registration of component ERs, we have to start somewhere. Pre-registration of component ERs is within state jurisdiction because those are distribution grid resources. So from an engineer mindset, it's a state jurisdiction, it's not applicable to federal. Market registration of aggregation, that's MISO's role because they're participating in the MISO market. There is no distribution market that I'm aware of. So MISO has that role. So MISO is responsible, federal jurisdiction. Interconnection, if it is a distribution interconnection, it's clear, it's a state. If it is transmission, it is transmission, it's MISO, FERC. Technical review costs. If it's on the distribution side, IURC is responsible for the distribution system. If it is on the transmission side, MISO is responsible. Oversight, operational oversight of the DERs. Component DERs, we're talking about component DERs within state jurisdiction. MISO doesn't realize, doesn't have the visibility of component DERs. MISO has a visibility for aggregation of DERs in 2022. That's when MISO gets involved. Not about those 200 water heaters that I talked about. The distribution utility overrides. We understand the distribution utility might have an override situation, but we don't know what that would be. We only can speculate if it's the storm passing through. We can only speculate if it's a utility truck hitting a pole. We can only speculate it's a squirrel eating a distribution feeder. But we don't know what else would be either acts of God or whether there would be within planned maintenance or whether they are forced maintenance issues. Because we know through GADS data and generating availability data systems and NERC and such, there are certain events that qualify as outside management control at that bulk level. But we don't know what that would be at the distribution system level that would entail the utility to override the dispatch. But remember, the aggregators are responsible for non-performance penalties. So for component DERs, the distribution utility overrides, the state is responsible. For an aggregation, RTO is responsible. Dual participation. Again, the state is responsible for retail programs. FERC, MISO is responsible for wholesale programs. The question of whether aggregators are public entities, public utilities, I'm sorry. No, aggregators are not public utilities because aggregators do not have an authorized rate of return. They don't have a captive customer base in exchange for regulatory oversight and do not have an obligation to serve all customers. So those facts do not hold for aggregators. In terms of meeting transmission emergencies on the grid, we need utilities. There's no question about it. We also need, in my view, aggregators who can bundle these customers and bring them to the finishing line of participating so that they can reduce this transmission emergency, and they can participate in reducing this transmission emergencies and capacity emergencies. That's the goal of 2222. So aggregators are not public utilities. IEEE 1547, I'm aware of it as a requirement, if you will, for voltage write-through and frequency write-through issues and the role that smart inverters can play. But Voltus as an aggregator does not take any position on that in terms of standardizing. Coordination. Coordination is really something that the aggregators do very well with RTOs and the utilities. Voltus has experience actually with all North American energy markets. And so it does have experience working with utilities as well as the commissions like IURC. And in terms of this coordination piece, again, the point here is MISO and PJM already have extensive procedures for it. My understanding is Indiana is aware of these in terms of the role that aggregators can play and how they operate to the state to some extent. It's my understanding. And so we can leverage, IURC can leverage these existing tools and procedures and find out where there are gaps to aggregate. And I think reading your comments again in response to the MISO's filing, Indiana, if I'm not mistaken, is already preparing in terms of legislative stuff and such on some of these, how to close some of the gaps. So I applaud you again for those. I probably should wrap up. Oh, there you go. So in summary, an informal process works best, so that a collaborative process like this to understand where an aggregator is coming from, where a utility is coming from. We should review the intent behind 2222, which is aggregation is something that we should look at to participate in the MISO markets, not the component DERs. We should leverage as much as possible the existing procedures at MISO and PJM, because that really helps out folks like Voltus to scale. If you are using existing procedures that we are already familiar with on pre-registration and aggregation that we see in the marketplace, that enables aggregation of DERs. Because if it's a new rule, then we will have to obviously come and learn about that. And we should understand that those new rules are adding value to any gaps that are we find out. And IURC can help determine what this criteria would be clearly for the DU overrides. And again, dual registration is not double counting or double compensation. Folks said so. And aggregators are not public utilities. Then by all means, if IURC sees there is a need to create new process and there is a gap in existing process, by all means, please let us know. With that, I'll take any questions, Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Rao. I don't see any questions in the queue from the YouTube stream, so we'll go straight to the room.
Thank you for bringing your expertise to Indiana. I appreciate that, and thank you for your opinions on the MISO activities. But I'm a little more interested in the Commission's rulemaking inquiry to figure out how it is we mesh those things. So certainly understanding both of them is important. Your definition of public utilities, where did you get that definition from?
I don't know, because it's coming from my client.
Because I would suggest in Indiana, a public utility doesn't have to necessarily only meet those three criteria. There are other public utilities like merchant generators, for example, that are deemed public utilities and filed accordingly in Indiana. So that's something to keep in mind as we consider that. You talked earlier about the technical ability to participate in the wholesale market. From your perspective, where does the wholesale market start from an engineering physical perspective?
Engineering and physical perspective, the wholesale market starts where that particular facility where they are interconnecting, whether it is a commercial pricing node. Technically, it's a commercial pricing node where the resource is connecting, how the MISO sees that resource in the market.
So the MISO LMP node?
MISO LMP node, yes.
Okay. So whenever a DER or DER's components, individual components of an aggregator are located somewhere other than the pricing node, they need to use the distribution system to get there.
Yes.
And that's where a lot of these rules come from. And I didn't see where FERC, and maybe you can point to 2222, where it talked about how the state commission should consider the use of that system. For example, should they apply wheeling rules or wheeling considerations to get from the DER to that market, if you will, like in wheeling under PURPA or qualifying facility kind of treatment?
Again, I'm not an expert at PURPA rules and qualifying facilities, but I can tell you, at least in my read of 2222, FERC gets into that in this concept called first use, where the resource, if it is connecting for the first time to take interconnection on the distribution grid to participate in the wholesale, it doesn't come under wholesale jurisdiction first time. However, any subsequent uses of that distribution facility for wholesale market participation does come under it. But again, in 2222, FERC mentions it, but again, it's not clear exactly whether that first use rule applies in 2222 or not, because there are instances, for example, I mentioned FERC approved PJM's filing last night. FERC also approved New England's filing last night. In New England, it is clear that only state jurisdiction applies for distribution interconnections, not FERC. That has at least been clear. So to answer your question, it is still wiggle room-wise, but aggregators understand that the distribution facilities are used to access the transmission or the wholesale market. And we need to go through the interconnection process of the distribution utility. And that is why actually in 2222, it is the distribution utilities interconnection process that comes ahead of the market registration process. Because for a DER provider perspective, this is hard concept for somebody to understand. They cannot just think going to the distribution utility will entail them an access to MISO market. They have to, once they get the okay from you, and as well as the interconnection from DU, that they will have to go through market registration process at MISO. So they will have to do two things. I don't know if I answered your question. Because
FERC has, in 2222, they didn't necessarily talk about rate-making impacts on the distribution system, correct?
that would be outside the scope of 2222, honestly.
Thank you.
I did just now get an email requesting that when you ask questions that you announce yourself and the company that you're with. Other questions in the room? Please.
Good morning. This is Nancy Connolly with Duke Energy. I'm an interconnection engineer, and I would like to thank you for your presentation. It was very thorough in discussing all the issues, but I did want to address some of your comments about interconnection studies. As an engineer, I'm not doing a study to look at killing a project. I'm concerned with the safety, reliability, stability, and integrity of the grid. I agree with you that when we start looking at interconnection of aggregation, we should be studying the aggregation rather than the component DERs. One example I would have is when we have a customer that just has a residential solar and storage system. Currently, they use the storage to offset their load at night when the solar's not generating, and also as a backup system if the grid goes out. We've not looked at that as a participant in, say, frequency regulation market. If we have hundreds of customers going from fully charged to fully discharged within seconds, multiple times a day, we don't currently know what that's going to do to our programs like integrated volt-var compensation, things like that. So that's what we're looking to study is there going to be an impact? Because ultimately the result of the study, you're not going to want us to say the aggregation can only inject this much or your ramp rate can only be this much. You want us to say that you can participate fully the way you've been contracted to participate. So right now, we really don't know how that's going to impact the grid. It may do nothing, it may do a lot. So I just wanted to point that out, but I thank you for the opportunity to make that comment.
Can I follow up with you, Nancy, just for a minute to try to understand that a little bit better? When you do an interconnection study...
Could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm sorry, Dale Thomas with the Commission staff. When you do an interconnection study nominally today for an EDG customer that wants to come on board, what, I guess I'll use the term injection rights, do you look at when you're doing that study? Do you look at the max ability of that solar resource dispatching into the distribution system, or do you look at some fraction thereof, just like it was pointed out that whenever they look at an LMP node, it's effectively they're reserving injection rights. Is it the same construct for an EDG customer today?
So normally right now, when we're just looking at solar or solar storage, we are looking at, kind of worst cases. So, full injection at low load or full charging at peak load. We're not looking at a dynamic performance.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, we'll go with Matt and then.
Matt Fields, AES Indiana. I just want to elucidate for the group. In Indiana, the majority of, to your point, Dale, EDG interconnections, as an example, are governed by the existing interconnection rule. And so sometimes, but basically in rare cases, does an actual study get performed. Most of these are a paperwork exercise where the utility says, here you go. It happens very quickly, and it happens by the book, and there's very little actual interference on, for lack of a better term, to do a study or to make certain that it will work. No one's reserving injection rights. Sometimes for circuits that have high levels of penetration or other challenges, a study is required, but that's the exception right now, given the current levels of DG on the systems. Is that fair, Nancy?
Thanks. Michelle Bear, and I'm with AEP on behalf of Indiana, Michigan. I'm actually in charge of interconnection services for AEP. So definitely heard your comment loud and clear. It is not necessarily that we study every single, some of them meet a threshold. And so it's going to be very important for the successful implementation of FERC Order 2222 that these are evaluated in a pre-registration process to ensure that there is actually those studies that are modeled from a distribution and transmission feeder perspective up into the markets, reserving and modeling those particular requirements. So that's definitely something that we want to make sure is crystal clear to all decision makers. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Michelle. We are just a couple of minutes over time on our first presenter, so and I don't see any additional. Oh, Rao, please.
Yeah, I just want to comment. Thank you for your comments, and obviously it's going to be a collaborative process. We're going to be seeing each other quite a lot. Thanks for raising this. But I also want to mention something from my MISO experience that I have gained, which is storage is not going to be charging at peak load. Storage is going to be discharging at peak load. So today, it is likely that interconnection engineers are, from a distribution system perspective, are looking at, storage as a resource that is most likely charging, but it doesn't make sense for storage to charge at peak load. It discharges, and I know that because at MISO, the engineers were not familiar with how storage was going to perform in interconnection studies, so they had to go through the whole stakeholder process for some storage developers to show data from California ICE and other places that indicated how storage was discharging, and as a result was reducing the stress transmission congestion-wise. But those are the use cases that we collectively should study and understand.
Again, thank you so much for your presentation here today, Rao. We really appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and transition now to our next presenter, which is going to be for Solar United Neighbors. We did allow a full 30 minutes for the presentation and Q&A on that, so we'll go a little into our lunch if need be. Yes, please, up to the microphone. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Zach Schalk. I'm the Indiana Program Director for Solar United Neighbors. And I appreciate the IURC hosting this stakeholder meeting and for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of SUN. I am going to speak a little bit this morning about Solar United Neighbors and our work, since we are not necessarily usual customers here at the IURC. I'm also going to talk a little bit about some of the market principles and use cases that we hope will guide the process going forward, or at least influence some of the IURC's decisions. And then I want to raise a few questions that we hope will be answered through this implementation process. And I really look forward to engaging constructively today and in the future as we implement FERC 2222 here in Indiana. So first, just a little bit about Solar United Neighbors. We are a national nonprofit organization, and we're dedicated to helping folks go solar and join together. And we have directly helped more than 8,000 solar installations around the country since we launched as a all-volunteer neighborhood group back in 2008, 2009. And the vast majority of those installations, or at least a large number of them, are either in MISO or PJM territory, obviously including everything that we've done here in Indiana. In addition to the folks that we've directly helped go solar, our network includes hundreds of thousands of other supporters who either have solar themselves or are interested in our work and own other kinds of DERs like battery storage and EV chargers. And so over the last few years, a combination of technical innovations, customer demand, and the creation of some of these new markets in other states, we as an organization have begun to explore how our work intersects with resource aggregation. And in part, some of those explorations were spurred by some limited participation we had in the MISO DER task force and the development of some of the use cases that Raul mentioned. So here in Indiana, we launched our program in 2019, and we've directly supported more than 260 solar installations around the state. And again, our network includes thousands more Hoosiers who either have solar themselves, other DERs, or just want to see more local solar invested in here in Indiana. And many of the folks in our network are already equipped with other DERs like battery storage, EV chargers, smart thermostats, and I think those who aren't are more predisposed than even the average consumer to explore more of these kind of programmable DER options as they become more available and more prevalent in the market. So we obviously know that compared to a lot of other states, kind of the current market for some of these resources that could be aggregated is maybe relatively small, but that market demand definitely, or customer demand, I should say, remains strong. We hear from folks every day who are reading about market aggregations in other states and want to know when they can participate here in Indiana. And so we're keenly interested in helping to facilitate the development of new options for customers that will spur additional private investments that can benefit everyone. And I guess the last point that I want to make is that our network, comes from a wide range of backgrounds, locations, urban, rural, all kinds of income levels, all kinds of, technical experience and interests. And so part of our goal in presenting here today is to speak on behalf of them and make sure that their voices are heard in this process. So a little more on our specific goals. So yeah, we are definitely interested in helping to create more options for DER customers who want to participate in these aggregation markets. However, we also recognize that these new aggregation programs will not replace traditional retail programs like DG tariffs or demand response programs. And in fact, it's very likely that the majority of existing DER owners will simply continue to participate in their current retail programs, at least initially. So we want to make sure that any new rules that are adopted by the IURC as a result of this process don't negatively impact or harm customers who are already participating in these programs or may participate in any existing or new retail programs in the future. And finally, we believe strongly that with the right rules, distributed energy resources do benefit everyone. And that aggregation is a great tool to enhance those benefits that everyone who receives electrical service can benefit from, whether or not they actually own one of those aggregated resources. So that's really what we're here to talk about today. So in order to kind of make that a little more concrete, we have worked with some of our partners on kind of a few buckets of, market principles that we hope will influence the IURC and other stakeholders in this process. And so we, believe strongly that well-designed markets, including input from state-level regulators, will be critical to maximizing the ability of customers to participate and equitably benefit from these new products and markets as different options are created. And so while there are obviously many layers of stakeholders and policymakers playing a role in shaping the aggregation markets that the Hoosiers will participate in, we hope that the IURC and other folks here today will consider these principles when making 2222 implementation rules. So over the next couple slides, I'll kind of break down the different buckets and principles within those buckets. I will try not to bore everybody by just reading the slides and hopefully just emphasize a few things that I think are maybe most relevant for the IURC as state-level regulators. So on the fair market design, obviously in general we fully support competition and transparency in these markets. We believe that good rules should be leveraged to lower overall system costs while improving reliability and resilience. We also believe that enabling fair participation is critical, but I think most important for the IURC is really that layer of consumer protections. Rao mentioned that aggregators are subject to consumer protection laws in the state. And so I think hopefully through this process, we can try to identify if there are any additional layers of consumer protections that might be relevant for state regulators. Hopefully nothing that, creates unreasonable market barriers for customers who want to participate and aggregators that want to come to the state. But obviously we represent real people who want to participate in these markets, and we want to make sure that they're protected. Next on fair market access, again, we've talked some today about some of the kind of standards that will hopefully make these markets function properly, and technical eligibility being the important criteria for participation. But I think we want to make sure that individual DER owners who meet those technical criteria are able and are interested in participating are able to participate. We want to try to minimize that regulatory burden for both participating customers and aggregators coming to the state to the extent that that's possible. And also want to ensure that the foundation of any rules that we're creating are based in fairness and equity that are critical to ensuring that eligible customers have an equal opportunity to both participate in and benefit from these markets. And we think with those good rules, that will make sure that it's not just the folks who are directly participating, that everybody can maximize the benefits from these new opportunities. Next up, transparency is an important feature of any market. And the main point that we want to emphasize is that the data necessary to make market decisions must be available. And I think that's something that is on everybody's minds. Different, MISO and PJM are kind of viewing that differently, but obviously working from the DER customer up, through the market, just making sure that everybody has access to the information they need to make market decisions. And then finally, just a few more kind of additional data considerations. I think one thing that's important for us is to ensure that DER owners retain the ownership rights of the data that they're creating, and they can control, who gets access to that data and how that data is used in the market. Finally, I did want to just touch briefly on the concept of use cases. Rao talked a little bit about this in his presentation as well, but simply put, use cases are just common tools for developing specific examples of how a product or service might actually be used, and they can be very effective in this kind of process and trying to get specific, get into the details of how rules would apply and what the impact would be on market participants, on DER owners, on aggregators, on distribution utilities, et cetera. And so we strongly encourage the IURC to try to develop use cases, use that framework to guide the decision. Rao mentioned some of the PJM use cases that might be effective. We are more familiar with the MISO use cases that were developed because we participated a little bit in the MISO DER task force. So whether you're looking at those use cases that have already been developed, or if you all think that it's more appropriate to develop something that's more Indiana specific, we would strongly support that framework. The last point that I wanted to hit on here was just to point to a specific use case from the MISO DER task force that we were interested in, and that would be use case Chestnut. And that the reason we're interested in that one in particular was that it kind of embodied the type of customers that are in our network, small PV owners, some with storage, and potentially also, community solar gardens, which is maybe more relevant, at least right now, in other parts of MISO. But that specific aggregation model is something that, we know thousands of Hoosiers around the state would be interested in participating in, and so we're very interested in that. And then finally, I just, linked to the slide deck for MISO with more detail on some of their use cases. Okay. Well, just to wrap things up, I just wanted to touch on a few additional questions, some of which Rao already mentioned, others which I would imagine will probably come up later today. But this is obviously just kind of a preliminary list from our perspective. But again, coming from the perspective of individual DER owners who we represent, we're definitely interested in how can that existing interconnection process be leveraged to ensure a minimal burden on folks participating in aggregations. And I think, along a similar vein, we're interested in, is there any way to simplify or fast track the process for kind of, standard aggregations of simple systems, if such a thing, exists, and perhaps that could be something that use cases can help define. Like, are there kind of standard models that could streamline this process? Again, on the point of use cases, are there any additional use cases that maybe didn't come up in PJM and MISO's efforts that could be relevant here, that could help us make effective rules for Indiana? And then also kind of responding to that customer demand that we hear regularly. What can Indiana be doing to create programs that attract aggregators? We want to see more of these businesses, more of these economic opportunities here in Indiana, and I think that's an important consideration as well. Next, as Rao mentioned, I'm hoping this process can illuminate some of these market gaps that aggregators can help fill. Like, what is the benefit that this is bringing to Indiana, and how can they help us meet our goals as a state? And then, finally, one question that I hope that we can work on is getting more aggregators participating in this process. I think it's great that Voltus was represented here, but there are, many, many other companies, and I think it's the more that we can have aggregator voices helping at the ground level, I think the better we'll be able to shape the market that benefits Hoosiers. And I think that was my last slide. So I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you again for the opportunity to present this morning.
Thank you so much for that, Zach. Any questions in the room?
Hi, this is Bethaline, General Counsel for the IURC. When you mentioned about other aggregators, if you have a list or any other contact information for additional aggregators, we would love to have that. So to the extent that anybody has other people that they think would be good to be involved in this process, please let us know. Please provide us with that information, because we really do want to get as many voices involved in this as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. I can definitely follow up on that. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, I'll pose a couple. This is Dale Thomas with the commission staff. When you talk about the benefits, in terms of offsetting, the benefits of the additional resources being utilized to help the system as a whole, I'm curious if you're aware of any studies that show that the additional transaction costs that are created by empowering the DERs and the DERAs to participate in the market offset or benefit or exceed the cost-benefit equation of that, I guess, if you're aware of any studies on that, right? Because, I mean, when I look at participation by customers in the MISO market, they fund that nonprofit market and the operation of that market. So whenever, obviously, there's some funding required to operate that market. And then if I'm using, and now demanding, if you will, requiring the retail providers to provide some semblance of a market or a conduit to the market, it seems that there are costs that are likely included in those transactions, some of which may be directly applied through interconnection cost studies, but there may just be a oversight, telemetry, data management, operational oversight, defending their choices to interrupt the signals from MISO or PJM, if you will. And I guess I'm trying to understand how that's going to be funded, how that participation cost is going to be funded. Should it be funded by the participants in the market, the DERs and the DRAs, or should it be funded holistically by society, by the electric utility customers as a whole? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, just to directly answer your first question, I don't, off the top of my head, know of any specific studies that I could point to that that would answer those questions, although I would imagine there might be other people in the room who might have a better answer on that than I do. I guess, you know, in general, I would look to this kind of stakeholder process that we're doing here to try to elevate some of those potential costs. And, you know, hopefully we can come up with a way to try to weigh those together. I mean, I don't know that I have a great answer for you right now, but I'm hoping, you know, that we can work collaboratively to try to answer those questions.
Yeah, I presume some of the case studies that you decided or that you presented and suggested would be a good way to look at what the cost benefit of those transactions are.
Yeah.
Thanks.
This is Brad Borum with the commission staff. I don't know if this is so much a question as a comment on my part, and it's probably aimed at everyone in the room, not just you. But I'm assuming, given the complexity of what we're talking about here, that no one has the expectation that somehow we're going to come up with the rules that will be enforced then, period, going forward. I mean, I see this process as evolutionary. Any rules we would develop probably up front may be the rules with initial no downside, perhaps, and then as we learn more, we add to those over time. So I'm seeing this process as kind of like evolutionary. Whether we like it or not, we're not going to come up with the perfect market rules. And I don't see us being in the business of encouraging the formation of aggregators. What I see us in being in the business of developing rules that effectively allocate cost where they should go, price things appropriately, and assure that all those things that are appropriately taken into account, for example, when the utilities do their impact studies of different actions. So I see us looking at putting in place that are those kinds of rules, not something that by definition encourages something, but yet provides the appropriate signals so those things that make economic sense can go forward on the part of the decision makers and market participants. I mean, it's a different perspective. I'm not out here pushing anything in particular other than making sure everything's in place as it needs to be, and we recognize this is going to be an evolutionary process. Do you disagree?
No, I think that is well stated. I mean, I hope that we're constantly learning and trying to improve, you know, on what we're doing here. And I think, you know, to your point, about, you know, allocation and of costs and aligning kind of economic interests. I mean, I think I'm obviously interested in seeing more aggregators here in Indiana. I'm not going to shy away from that. But I think that we can look at other states and other markets and see that, you know, you can put those market rules in place and aggregators will come. So I don't think anything that I said in my presentation would contradict anything that you said.
All right, thank you. I didn't mean to be critical. I'm just trying to lay out how I see the world here, and I think the reality of it is it's just going to be incremental and ugly.
Yes, Laura, if you'll come to a microphone.
Laura Arnold, Indiana Distributed Energy Alliance, or Indiana DG. Dr. Borum, your comments greatly disturb me. I think we should be encouraging aggregators, and if the first rule out of the box is negatively viewed by aggregators, there won't be an aggregation market in Indiana. So yeah, maybe you think it's an evolution, but it's an evolution that will have a very, very short life if there's not a proper engaging and welcoming environment at the Regulatory Commission. I'm really sorry, but that I would think we would want to encourage all participants in the market. I'm not talking about potential cost shifts and so on and so forth. We should have a welcoming environment. And as a result, I find your remarks quite disturbing.
I'm not saying I'm hostile. What I'm saying is the focus needs to be on putting in place good procedures and rules that all parties can make good decisions within, with all the appropriate considerations. And that's a complex process that will not be done perfectly out of the box. It will evolve as we learn. That is what I'm saying. If you're hearing something different, I'm not gonna get into your head how you hear it. It's how I see it.
Okay.
Other questions in the room? So Zach, I really appreciate that you left us with a list of questions at the end of your presentation. I think good conversation should lead to better questions. Your first question talks about how we can basically leverage existing interconnection processes to minimize burdens. I had a conversation earlier this week with with a member of another aggregation company, and he was referring to our DR wholesale participation construct here in the state, and talking about how potentially we could build on that as a jumping off place. I guess I just wonder if you've had a look at that at all, and maybe what your thoughts are in that regard.
Yeah, I'll be honest and say that's not something I have a great deal of experience in, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but I would say if there are existing constructs that we can build on, I think that's very productive and a good place to start.
And thanks for that. And just for reference, I'm referring to IURC order in cause number 43566, if anybody's interested in having a look at that and maybe coming back with some feedback. Other questions in the room? Okay, so the plan is to break for lunch here at 11:30. We're going to be back in the room at 1 o'clock, at which time we will kick off with a presentation from Indiana Michigan Power. Thanks, everyone. All right, I want to welcome everyone back. I hope you had, hello, Steve Davies, Senior Assistant General Counsel with the Commission. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. I hope you had a good lunch. We're going to go ahead and continue. I just wanted to remind folks, anyone who came this afternoon who wasn't there this morning, we do have a sign-up sheet in the foyer area over here. If you're attending today, please do sign in. And if you want to be on our distribution list, please do leave your email address as well. With that, I want to open the floor up to Indiana Michigan Power for their presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you want to get really close to the microphone. Okay. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? There we go. Hi, I'm Donna Seeger-Lawson. I'm Director of Regulatory Services for Indiana Michigan Power, which is an operating company of American Electric Power. I have with me Tamara Avant, she's Senior Counsel, and Michelle Bear, she is Managing Director of Interconnection Services for AEP. So I'll give our presentation, and it's essentially an overview of what our comments were filed, that were filed on February 2nd. So if you want more details, you can look at our comments. We're happy to answer questions, and to the extent that we don't know any the answers to your questions, we will take those back and talk to our other subject matter experts. Our comments and essentially this presentation were developed by a group of folks. We have several folks that are subject matter experts at AEP who have been very involved in all the working groups and the filings at FERC, participation in PJM working groups and such. So our comments basically are at a very high level inputs from those subject matter experts. So with that, I will go to the next slide here. So essentially, I&M recognizes that as the EDC, or the Electric Distribution Utility, it is the enabler of distributed energy resources being connected to the grid, and we understand and intend to work with the Commission and all the stakeholders to develop rules that are fair to all participants, that have a common implementation schedule across the state, the rules should provide equitable allocation of costs to participants and non-participants. And we feel that we need to make sure that we have operational reliability of the transmission and distribution grid and ensure safe and reliable service to all customers. We also think that the utility needs to be able to prioritize outages during restoration times and take sections of the system out of service if there's a safety or maintenance or operational issue. So even though there's a DER maybe located on a given circuit, if we have to take that circuit out, that DER then is going to be taken out of the market. So we believe that Order 222 creates fundamental system changes. Oops, I'm sorry. Thank you. Order 222 creates fundamental system changes. And so traditionally, a small solar or wind generator on our system would be sort of treated like a load offset. So if I'm installing a solar panel at my house, it's really primarily there to offset my load. Going forward, this Order 222 sort of allows those DERs to be aggregated together and to be dispatched into the market. And so that's a different operation than what the current structure is. And so they're only dispatched into the market when the market conditions warrant. So there may be a situation where now if I'm going to install a solar panel at my house and I want to participate in the wholesale market, it would have different equipment attached to it, and it would only, instead of just generating electricity when it's sunny out, which is what current solar panels would do in a residential situation, it would not be creating generation until it is dispatched. So I mean it's a different operation of a solar panel for different reasons. So an aggregation of DERs could involve multiple DERs. They could be different circuits across our entire system, and that would all have to be modeled and planned and organized. We'd have to have a better understanding of how and when those DERs are going to operate, and if they're all operating at the exact same time, what the impact is on our grid. Since the EDCs are responsible for providing safe and reliable service to all customers, we have the responsibility to review the aggregation before it is approved by the RTO, and we think that that's consistent with PJM's process. Throughout this rulemaking, we think that reliability has to remain the focus, again, because, thank you. Because we are responsible for providing safe and reliable service to all customers, and that is regardless of whether a DER is located on that circuit or not. Again, we have to be able to take a circuit out of service to restore service, perform maintenance, extend service to a new customer, or upgrade service to an existing customer, and all of that has to be done in a safe and reliable manner. So we believe that equipment should be installed on DERs so that we can isolate the DER from the grid remotely if an emergency occurs. And we believe that each DER aggregators, each combination of DERs would create unique arrangements. And so therefore, those all have to be modeled. Last thing on this slide is that we believe that the commission will have to develop a dispute resolution process. So if the EDC is allowing a DER aggregation to go forward or is disallowing a DER aggregation to go forward, there are going to be disputes. And so we think that the commission will have to weigh in on how those disputes are resolved. So with respect to the PJM filing and sort of the things that are in the filing that create a need for us as an EDC to change the way that we do business, the PJM proposal says that the state interconnection is required for all resources in the aggregation. We believe that that means that we need to reevaluate our interconnection processes, and there would be different interconnection agreements for different types of DERs. We also believe that that would increase the volume of interconnection requests that we are going to get. PJM's proposal also says that the EDC must approve or reject the aggregation by analyzing the reliability impacts. We believe that that means that we, as an EDC, I&M is going to have to put together new standards and processes for determining what should be included and what couldn't be included in a DER aggregation. The EDC must also determine if the individual DERs are double counted within retail programs. We at I&M believe that you could resolve that concern by having two different tariffs. So a DER, when they interconnect with us, they could decide if they wanted to be a retail DER or a wholesale DER, and they would have different interconnection agreements and different tariffs. They could be on one tariff or the other, but they couldn't be on both. So if I'm a if I choose to be a retail DER, I would be on the EDG tariff, which in Indiana is the excess distributed generation tariff, which provides a retail rate. And if I wanted to be in the wholesale environment, I would be on a wholesale DER aggregation tariff. That is one way to sort of make sure there's no double counting. But again, they would have to be on one or the other, but not both. So we think that the IURC rules should address the following things. I understand that Order 222, the definition of DER, is very broad. Right now, the interconnection rules, I believe, in Indiana are very specific to distributed generation. And so if we are going to broaden the definition of what a DER is, there may be different interconnection requirements for different types of DERs. And again, I think that the interconnection agreements that we have currently, if the customer is going to remain on retail programs, that may be okay. But if they are going to participate in the wholesale environment, they would need a different type of interconnection agreement, and it would have different requirements. We believe that the implementation timeline should be consistent statewide, regardless of what RTO the EDC is in. We think that if you did it a different timeline for different service territories, you could have really strange circumstances where a DER might be trying to get to a different RTO than what they are currently interconnected to, and that would cause multiple problems. As far as double counting, I think we've already talked about, one way to avoid double counting would be to have two separate tariffs, and the customer, or the DER, would be either on the retail tariff or the wholesale tariff, and could not be on both. We believe that new monitoring equipment will be necessary on all DERs, and that the EDC will need to plan and forecast for DERs on the system. Again, right now, we don't really, as part of our forecasting and planning process, We don't really try to predict who's going to have a solar panel or wind facility installed on their premise. We would need to have some insight as to how these DERs are going to operate going forward. Again, interconnection standards must be updated. I think I've already said that. And finally, we think that the rules should say that if a DER is going to operate in the wholesale environment and act as a generator, they need to be operated in a safe and reliable manner, and their equipment should be properly maintained, and they need to make sure that they are minimizing the risk to the system as well as the public. So I think that's the end of our presentation. So again, we're happy to answer any questions.
Dale Thomas with the commission staff. I'll start off. When you talk about tariffs for different choices, different products, or do you envision tariffs for different products? For example, someone might view EDG tariff not being a capacity product, or not being an ancillary services product. Would they have a separate tariff for each product, and then they could be on, for example, an EDG tariff for energy, and then have a different wholesale ancillary services product, or what are you thinking in that context?
I guess we were thinking you were either on retail, which would be EDG, or you're on wholesale. And if you're on wholesale, then there's different rules and regulations, but there's no pricing involved. Really, you're participating in the wholesale market, and whether that's capacity or energy or ancillaries, that's sort of outside of our ability to price that, right? That's market pricing.
Doesn't Order 222 kind of envision the fact that they're individual products? When it talks about double counting or dual participation, those sorts of things, isn't that the concept? I may be wrong, I'm just asking for clarity.
So this is Michelle Baer. Effectively what FERC Order 2222 does is separate out from a traditional demand side, demand reduction type programs where, net metering, that traditionally have been just demand reduction, to reliable injectable supply up into the transmission grids. So when we talk about putting it into a category of wholesale, it's effectively to help the customers understand that their systems are going to be utilized in a very different manner and require different types of real-time monitoring, telemetry, potentially disconnect, and depending upon how each state RERA decides that they want to facilitate the cost recovery of different types of either capacity and energy or ancillary services, we would work through that. But it's really about ensuring that we're communicating with the customers that they're no longer on a retail tariff, that they're going to be a part of a wholesale program, and that their systems would be utilized very differently and operated very differently in the future.
I'm sure, Dale Thomas with the commission again, I'm sure they appreciate the clarity, and I certainly appreciate the educational aspect of that for them. But it seems like they're different products, and each of those products should be packaged accordingly. I guess my other question is around demand response in particular, in terms of an interconnection agreement. Demand response today does not need an interconnection agreement. Demand response arguably is not interjectable. So do you envision needing each Nest thermostat customer that's aggregated needing to have an interconnection agreement and being on a wholesale tariff, if you will?
So in some of the PJM stakeholder sessions that I've participated in, they've actually referred to it as demand response with injection. So that basically would be any of the, let's say there's backup systems, and those particular backup systems that those demand response customers, maybe they would want to aggregate those. I guess that would be at the optionality of each state RERA allowance. So, but you're absolutely correct. For PJM, they have capacity, energy, ancillary services, but then also different, I guess I refer to them as technology types, inverter-based, non-inverter-based, energy storage, I think electric vehicles, and demand response with injection is how and then you have your traditional load. So all of those may very well have different types of equipment. and different types of real-time monitoring capabilities. I do know that the capacity, energy, and ancillary services markets do indeed have different types of real-time requirements. So it's a massive data management process that most EDCs, most distribution utilities have not traditionally been involved with from an RTO perspective. They've really never interacted with the RTOs. They've done so through any of their transmission owners or transmission operators. And so this data mapping process is going to become very important. And with that, I think it's going to be a learning process for all of us to determine what that pricing is going to be in the future.
Donna, you mentioned our interconnection rules in need of adjustment. Do you envision the core level 3, 1, 2, 3 needing adjustment, or an additional kind of category that would apply more to the non-generators?
We think that the existing interconnections would have to be revised if a customer is going to stay in the program that they're in. Like, let's say I installed a solar panel in my house. I was a net metering customer. I had an interconnection agreement. I might need to designate, do I plan to stay in that, or do I plan to participate in the new environment, in the new wholesale environment? And so if I plan to participate in the new environment, I think that interconnection agreement needs to be modified. There are different rules and requirements for participating in the wholesale environment than it is just being offsetting my own load.
And that's because they're injectable at its core. They're inherent they're more explicitly operating in both directions. I mean, it seems to me that if I'm a solar customer operating on a house, or a solar panel operating on a house, I'm still doing the same thing. I'm just packaging it different, right? I'm still avoiding energy. If they tell me to dispatch, perhaps I have to account for that differently, but I'm not literally injecting it, am I?
Yes, I believe that it's basically injecting in the aggregate and ensuring that that all of the DERs themselves, that there is the most current information. And in DERs, I even refer to, electric vehicles. If you have an electric vehicle program, many of those traditionally have not had any type of interconnection agreement to know how to operate, especially in the aggregate, and understand that aggregators will be taking pricing signals and signals from the operations side of even the RTOs onto their equipment. And it's a very different model from a supply side versus the traditional demand reduction programs that we're more familiar with at the state level and on the distribution system. But the bi-directional flow, you're spot on. That is a very different way to utilize the distribution grid. I think from an AEP perspective, we support the FERC Order 2222 and just recognize that that's the future. We see that as the future. It's just the immediate cutover. We want to make sure that we're doing so in a responsible, reliable manner for all of the individuals that are going to be impacted across not just Indiana, but across our entire grid nationally.
Okay, now I'll step off interconnection and then I'll be quiet. How long you guys? 1:45. You guys are a little, AEP is a little bit farther along because they're in PJM in the process, I think, probably than MISO in terms of actually putting tread to the ground. Are you accounting for your cost for that activity separately, or is it in a separate account, or is it just part of your normal accounting process, or are they credited to a different account?
I guess I can speak for I&M. We're not separately identified. Oh, I'm sorry. For I&M, we're not right now. We are not separately identifying the time and effort that we're spending towards this yet. So.
And let me see if I can get you to put your forecasting hat on. 2030. What do you think will be the administrative cost of administering the program in 2030 for I&M?
Yeah, I don't have any. I mean, we don't know because it is so complex, as Michelle said. So we're still trying to figure it out. I think there will be costs for sure of installing all of this equipment, of monitoring all this stuff, of making sure that we have the right agreements in place, that we have the right parties responsible, that I think someone earlier said, the aggregator is going to take the performance risk. I guess to me, that highlights the fact that we've got new players in the environment. We've got to figure out whose responsibility is what. We as the EDC, like I said, we still need to be able to take a line out of service if there's a reliability issue or operational issue. If there's a DER on that circuit and it was planning on dispatching into PJM that day and we had to interconnect it for other reasons, that aggregator is going to get the performance risk and penalties. And so that's, I think, some of the reason why we think that there's going to be disputes that would need to be resolved by the commission. And the EDC is taking it out for reliability purposes to maintain reliability on the grid. The DER has a direct commercial aspect of it. So there's a lot of things to figure out. There's a lot of responsibilities to figure out who's responsible for what. If that DER didn't perform the way it should, we do believe that the aggregator is responsible for that. That has a system impact, though, and so all of that needs to be evaluated, monitored, and I suppose reported back to the commission at some level.
If I may just elaborate, just in some of the PJM stakeholder meetings and sessions, it was completely recognized this is brand new work for distribution utilities to manage the monitoring, the registration, the review process, then also through the studies, right? The distribution planning studies, but then up and into the mapping into the transmission network. That piece really traditionally, relying upon that injectable energy and aggregate up into the markets and ensuring that those distribution feeders and that equipment is maintained in real time. That is a new process for our distribution and transmission. It's maybe not so much new as additional volume that is going to be have to be maintained. Then obviously you have the operations side where there's going to be that separation between the operations and the gen operators, the aggregators themselves, as gen operators, and the utilization of the distribution networks. So it's multifaceted, and it's very important, I think, from a responsibility perspective, that it just is recognized that there is a lot of work to do from a cybersecurity perspective, a power quality perspective, reliability, but also safety. Okay, safety is paramount at AEP, and we make sure that we want to make sure that not only our employees but also our customers and anyone who needs to work on facilities are safe. So there's a lot of details that need to be worked out for the successful implementation of FERC Order 2222 in the future.
Given the present timeline of PJM's introduction of Order 222 and its 2222, when do we need to be in a position as a commission to have a rule that reasonably covers the I&M's needs?
So my understanding is the order just came out last night.
You guys haven't if you want to evaluate the order for me, that's great.
It would be great to evaluate it first. Thank you. But it is going to be challenging based on what we've seen. And as utilities, as distribution utilities, we actually feel that, we need to walk before we run in this space, making sure that we have that single node mapping first, and then eventually work into that multinodal component is going to be very important. Just because there's going to be lots of lessons learned, and we think that distribution utilities are going to be in different phases, right? So from an investor-owned utility perspective, we're somewhat lucky because we are also a transmission owner and operator. So we have that relationship with the RTOs. Not a lot of distribution utilities under different RERA themselves have that. So it will be a challenge to meet.
I promise, last question. Given your multi-state footprint, specifically in Ohio or deregulated states, if you will, have you had a flavor of participation from even maybe not aggregated, but DERs participating across the retail network and into the wholesale network?
So there actually is a pilot going on right now in ERCOT, and they are, focused there on DER aggregations and participation. And that pilot program, we're learning a lot as we go through that process. Thankfully, it's structured very much as we have proposed, actually in the PJM area from a pre-registration perspective, where you have to have your list of DERs. They have to ensure that they have the right interconnection agreements. Some of things, even if there was a study done maybe 5 years ago on that one particular interconnection, we're finding there's modifications that may have occurred and we may not be been communicated to. But you have DERs, and then they're mapped to an aggregator who's appropriately registered at the state level, called different things in Texas. And then you have to have the transmission owners and the transmission operators, because there's different transmission owners who may have those feeds from a distribution perspective. And then you get into the types of inverter-based, non-inverter-based, the 5, and then you get into the different markets. So it's a massive amount of data, but we're learning quite a bit through that pilot program.
Not a question, but a comment. Then if you could share that with us, that would be great.
We will definitely check into it for sure.
Yeah, that was touching on what I was going to ask about. I mean, because I was going to ask you, have you, given the timeline that PJM is on, have you started, again, this is Brad Bourne with the commission staff, have you started going through, what we were talking about earlier, the different cases at the distribution level to try to understand their different cases, what different aspects of the interconnection process or operations or your capital investment plans and all that stuff start to have to be impacted? And then working through all of that, because I'm sitting here thinking, how fast can we move along this process, and because we want to move along, but we don't want to move along faster than you guys are in a position to be able to say, provide information to us that we can use to better understand what we may need to do. And as you just have been highlighting here, what could happen here is impacts a lot of your distribution operations, your investments, your cybersecurity, all kinds of stuff here. And yet, until you start doing some of this work, we don't know exactly maybe what we're doing. Or are there some things that we can be doing now, and you and the other utilities and the other stakeholders can help us understand what those things are that we can be doing now or in the next year or so, while we're waiting for some of this other stuff to be come into, I guess, better focus? I know that's a messy, very complicated question, but it really gets to what sequencing of actions can we do and in what timeline?
So we have, talked about it from a use case perspective, and actually even provided some of that information up through PJM. Now, as for costs and those things, I really can't say. I'm not, we're focused on, my job once again is interconnections, right? So kind of focused on that front end. I do know settlements definitely has a large challenge in front of them. And it's really going to boil down to a lot of software, a lot of ongoing rules associated with modifications, making sure that we have access to that information, and are working collaboratively with a lot of the stakeholders, as responsible leaders of this industry, just making sure that we have that engagement. But we do have some use cases that we've talked through as PJM EDCs, and I'm not sure, but I think some of that might be even in the public record, but we can definitely start to have those conversations.
All right, thank you. I mean, because clearly I'm trying to see what is the most efficient way, even though it's not going to be efficient, the most efficient way for us to move forward as not just the commission, but all of us working together. there's lots of pieces here, and I think we could use some guidance based on how quickly you think you can work through things.
I want to say that we're doing similar things in other states. I do know that there's like comments and reply comments and different proceedings going on in different states. So I think others at AEP have been focused on that as well. So I think if there's any consolation, you're not the only one who's kind of struggling with how do we implement this and when and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and if we can learn from the blood of others, I'm all for it. We need not reinvent the wheel if something's been done somewhere else. But I do understand the case process in the sense, because I remember the RTO formation days. You know, you'd say, okay, this is a transaction that someone wants to do with these entities, and then you'd have to walk through every piece of what has to be done to make that work. And lots of times, you get to a certain point where it would fall apart. You're just like, you don't have something in place to deal with that. And I think that's where we're at on some of this here. We're going to have to get at that level, looking at different cases, different situations, and walking through every aspect of it to understand the implications of it. And then what's our role in trying to come to an answer or to help facilitate an answer? So I'll just throw that out there.
Real quick, go back to a question that Dale asked me earlier about demand response and whether or not it makes sense to have an interconnection agreement. I understand what you're saying, but it does seem like there ought to be rules about how aggregation of DER with respect to demand response works, because I think the earlier example that the person from Voltus said, water heaters are not double counted. They could be, right? If I'm just a residential customer and I have a water heater that I'm happy to put on a device and be part of a demand response program, I could be in a Voltus type program, and I could also be in an I&M program, right? We have demand response programs that are about direct control of water heaters, and so there is a concern that would be double counted. If we're counting that as demand response for I&M, we don't want to also count it as demand response for a wholesale entity. And so, we want to make sure that there's sufficient generation and demand response on the grid so that we're, if I&M counts up all the water heaters and gets 10 megawatts and Voltus counts up their water heaters and gets 5 megawatts, we don't want them double counted. When it comes time to have demand response and we want to disconnect those water heaters, we want 10 megawatts. We don't want less than that.
I don't recall exactly whether you guys have a special water heater rate, but would that kind of aspect also be considered something in your mind to be taking advantage of two different things?
That's an interesting thought. We do have water heater rates, and we are evaluating those. So that's something for us to consider, I think, going forward. Because right now, I think those water heater rates basically encourage people, right, to have electric water heaters. So.
This is Steve Davies from the Commission staff. I heard discussions about the need for new hardware, new software, need for studies and modeling. Obviously, there are going to be administrative costs inherent in all of this. I also heard you talk about the equitable allocation of costs in relation to all of this. So besides the obvious beneficiaries of all of this, the market participants, could we tease that out a little bit? What does that mean to equitably distribute those costs among who and why?
Just so from, an equal playing field perspective, when large generators, cost causers, basically kind of cause an impact on the system, and effectively, they're going to be suppliers and they're supplying into the market. Usually they pay for the cost causers are the ones who, pay for those impacts and things of that nature. So, but I don't think it's really been teased out, especially there's different ways to handle it. But obviously, this order does equate to supply, and we're going to be relying upon that supply into the markets, just as you would any other supply resource. that's feeding the markets, feeding the IRPs, this is true supply. And that's what makes it so game-changing for the industry. And so, I guess I would fall back on some of those established practices and principles that were established in the RTO markets themselves, I guess, from a supply versus demand connection perspective.
Just from my perspective, there's all of this. I think we're all talking about the same thing, but this is all very complex and requires a lot of monitoring equipment and things like that. All of that is going to be very costly. So I think the commission and the EDCs are going to have to figure out how do we recover that cost and who is appropriate to be recovered from.
Any other questions in the room before I proceed? Michael, please.
I'm Mike Geheimer with NIPSCO. So in a couple of places you referred to a common implementation schedule across the state. Could you elaborate on that, what you mean by that?
Yeah, obviously I&M is the only utility that's in PJM and the rest are in MISO in Indiana. And so we don't think that it's appropriate for implementation of Order 222 to happen on a service territory by service territory basis. It ought to be consistent across the state. If aggregation of DERs is a state policy, it should be implemented statewide. If you were to implement it on a service territory by service territory and one utility were to go first, like I said earlier, I think that means that certain DERs might be interconnected to an EDC that is in MISO and might want to participate in the PJM market, and then they would try to find ways to creatively interconnect with an RTO that already has DER aggregation. And that creates a whole mess of other problems and concerns. Then you're trying to manage reliability between two RTOs, and we don't think that's appropriate.
This is Steve again, Indiana Commission staff. I had heard you, Donna, talking about perhaps the need for two tariffs, a retail and a wholesale tariff, and then you said, but not participation in one or the other, but not both. And is it just the technical barrier that makes you say that? The fact that it would be increasingly more difficult to prevent double counting or double compensation? I mean, well, why not participation in a retail program as well as a wholesale program?
So at this point, I think eventually the industry will get there. It's just in the the step-up phase that effectively, once again, walk before you run, to ensure that we have all of this modeled, the interconnections clear, the process worked through, and then eventually someday we would anticipate maybe the software will allow for that. But until there's actual maturity across multiple EDCs, multiple interconnection points, multiple TOs, some of the TOs that are, or even LSCs that are, MISO, maybe they're connected to different transmission owners, making sure that modeling is absolutely crystal clear and that PJM and MISO start to understand the workings of the distribution network. It's a very important component. That we just start small and then work our way up into a more mature model.
This is Steve again. Earlier we had we talked a little bit about leveraging existing constructs, sort of in getting off the ground, and I had proposed the question. We have an existing demand response aggregation participation construct that's been in place since, I don't know, around 2010 or so. Is that something? I'm sure you're familiar with this. Is that something that we could build on? I mean. you know, are we starting from whole cloth, or do we have anything in place that we could perhaps utilize to get this off the ground more efficiently?
That's something that we're starting to talk about and starting to figure out how what we have today with the demand response programs, we call them DRS programs, but that and this new environment of Order 222 and how do they fit together. We're still working through, you know, how they're similar and how they're different. I don't want to say though that the existing programs are perfect the way that they're designed. We're finding our flaws. We've had some issues with testing and things like that, and so trying to work through those issues. And so we'll probably be making some revisions to our demand response programs coming up. But you're right. We're probably not starting from ground zero. That might be at least a baby step towards this Order 222. But I think we haven't quite figured out how they're alike and how they're different.
And if I may, you know, you're spot on. Those were the exact questions that were asked in many of the stakeholder meetings, you know, about starting with those demand response programs. And just to add to what Donna had said, you know, the item that really came up is really about the physics of the system and ensuring that the integrity of the system, the physical system itself, can handle and accommodate even the equipment itself, the bidirectional flow of that supply up into distribution feeders, DX, TX points, and then up into the transmission grid, making sure that that's all mapped and modeled. The modeling of it really to be there, that energy that supply has to be there. So I think that we have started with a good baseline, but those are demand reduction programs.
We have a couple of more minutes for this presenter. Any other questions in the room? Please, sir. Yeah, work your way up to a microphone. Thank you.
Sorry about that. All the mics over there are taken or spoken for. Zach Schalk with Solar United Neighbors. I guess really kind of more of a comment. You kind of mentioned in this concept of having to choose between the wholesale or aggregation or retail tariffs, you know, kind of needing to figure out how those work, and maybe someday we can get to where you can potentially participate in both. And I guess I just wanted to point out that, you know, today in other markets there are, you know, aggregations where customers are participating in net metering and also in capacity or ancillary services markets at the same time. Those utilities have figured that out. It's working, you know, it's not necessarily a one-to-one, you know, we could just like bring what they're doing in the New England ISO over here, but there's a lot that we can learn from, and I just wanted to push back a little bit that, you know, it's something we have to figure out from scratch here. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. That absolutely. I mean, those are things that are happening indeed in California, and you know, as we all know, California has ISO, so they are, you know, within the state themselves, they have legislative incentives. So in what makes PJM and MISO maybe a little bit different and challenging are going to be those complexities of multi-state, multi-RERAs within each state, retail programs within each state. So we would just ask for, you know, let's work collaboratively and understand that there's different, every EDC, every distribution utility is coming at this from a different level. And it's important to bring that responsibility and that knowledge base. You know, I've been in this industry for 20 years, and after actually 20 plus years, but don't tell anybody. But been here for a while, and this order is definitely a game changer. We recognize that, we support it, but we also realize that there's a responsibility that we have to have collaboratively with everyone to ensure the integrity of the grid for Indiana residents, all residents across our country. So.
Please, Matt. Yeah.
Just a quick comment to dovetail with that. I think Matt Fields, AES Indiana. I think the the distinction about supply side and demand side is really critical here. I think exactly to your point, that is the game changer, because even I know with our experience with a variety of savvy commercial and industrial customers who have their own generation, they have been leery of participating in parts of our tariff that would allow them to realize some perhaps commercial upside from using their generation, in large part because the way that we were contemplating the tariff mechanism would have shifted some of the risk to them making their generation perform. And so to the extent that their generation was not able to perform, they would have borne some of the downside. And neither here nor there about what is right or wrong about why they chose not to participate, but the difference about the majority of DERs is that they are treated and understood and used right now basically to be load offsets. So if they're not there, the responsibility, the risk still falls on the distribution company, and in Indiana, typically the IOU. We have to make sure that we have enough generation left to make certain that it works. But if we're going to aggregate these kinds of resources together, I think appropriately allocating the risk so that the upside and the downside is appropriately shared and or not subsidized is going to be really important. And I think that's especially the point that the I&M team is making, and I think it's a really good one that we shouldn't miss.
All right, well, thank you very much for that presentation. We really appreciate that. Next up is the Citizens Action Coalition.
Good afternoon. Oh, thank you so much. This is Ben Inskeep with the Citizens Action Coalition. And I think some of the comments earlier about the evolution of things happening are particularly prescient for my presentation because my presentation has already evolved. Noticing a typo on slide 1, it is the year 2023. So please forgive that typo. I'm not, this is not a year-old presentation that I'm recycling for these purposes. I really want to thank the Commission for having this dialogue. I think this has been a great start to this process so far, so thank you so much for allowing this opportunity. It's great to have this dialogue with a lot of other stakeholders too in the room as well. I do have more slides. I'm just struggling to figure out
There's always bound to be a technical glitch with the clicker. I don't know why that happens to us. We check them ahead of time and everything, and sure shooting, we have something. But just give us a minute, and we'll get it corrected.
I'm not a comedian, no. I'm starting to worry the I&M team did not want me to present. Just kidding, just kidding. That works, thank you so much. And I'm ready for the next slide when you are. So I think most folks know who the Citizens Action Coalition is. We're a consumer and environmental nonprofit advocacy organization here in Indiana, and we participate in a lot of commission proceedings. So I won't belabor that point. Moving on to the next slide, please. I wanted to start off my presentation hitting some of the key priorities to Citizens Action Coalition as we think through the implementation of 2222. So first would be figuring out how we can expand consumer access to distributed energy resources through this DER aggregation mechanism that's been created. As part of that, we think increased levels of transparency are going to be really valuable to both consumers as well as aggregators in terms of understanding our markets. And along with that, we think there might be some reasonable reporting requirements so that we can have a good lay of the land and understand trends, both with DERs individually and with DER aggregations more collectively. Next is ensuring utilities approve and interconnect DERAs or DER aggregations in a timely and cost-effective manner. That's a priority for us, is making sure, you know, we're not erecting artificial barriers to this new market opportunity. Throughout this process, we want to make sure that there's fair consumer protections in place from both undue utility control or curtailment of DER operations or through other disputes that could arise. And we agree in principle with fair cost allocation. I think everybody knows, though, it's the details that matter, and what exactly that means. That's where the disagreements can arise. Next slide, please. So some important reminders from our perspective are that many customers, you know, even though this is a very exciting opportunity, many, if not most customers in Indiana are still going to want to participate at a retail level in retail DER programs going forward. And we don't think this Order 2222 is going to fundamentally change that, probably not at least in the near term. And so we want to make sure we continue those fundamental basic retail options for consumers to have DERs, things like our excess distributed generation tariffs, continue to allow and think about things like electric vehicle charging and how we can do that in a smart way. And a lot of those programs are going to be at the retail level and continue to be at the retail level. So I think on that point, we would fundamentally disagree with the presentation we just heard saying that we need to limit customers to picking one or the other when it comes to retail versus wholesale. You know, we think the crux of 2222 is that it's envisioning both being able to happen at the same time, and utilities being able to suss out the difference of making sure customers, when they're participating in multiple, having that dual participation, both with retail programs and wholesale programs, to make sure that we have clear understanding of the double counting issue and make sure that the double compensation is not occurring. So we would say, 2222 does not erase the need in any way, shape, or form for the need for the continued need for good retail tariffs and retail programs. And customers participating in those retail-only DER programs, we don't think that there's anything in this order that suggests that we need fundamental changes for those customers. If those customers are not participating in wholesale markets, additional costs that might accrue for customers that want to participate in wholesale markets, those shouldn't be put on to folks that are just in those retail markets. Next slide, please. Another kind of fundamental point I want to convey is, there are various levels of DER aggregation complexity. And so to the extent we can use this idea of the use cases to make sure that, simple ones, ones that are maybe less complex, either in the mix of DER resources, the location of those resources, the size, that we can make sure there's streamlined processes for those, and that there's a commensurate level of review. We're not having a lengthy and complex and costly DER aggregation interconnection review process for a very simple DER aggregation that really doesn't have some of those major safety or reliability issues that maybe a very large, complicated aggregation, might necessitate additional review and additional study. In near-term Order 2222 compliance, we think probably is only going to require some incremental enhancements in utility processes and distribution functionality. Utilities today are already well-versed in understanding DERs on their system. We've been installing them for a decade plus now. Utilities already are dealing with things like power flows in the opposite direction. I got a rooftop solar system on my house, and sure yesterday, a beautiful sunny day when I had no heat or air conditioning load, I was injecting into the system, and they were managing it just fine with no reliability issues, at least on my circuit. And also wanted to highlight that Indiana does have relatively modest DER adoption to date. So some of those issues that happen when you have really high levels of DER adoption, we're not really experiencing them today, at least not on most circuits, not on most systems. And so we want to make sure that we're not doing a Chicken Little sky is falling kind of concern about this change in 2222, if that market isn't there yet, and if those concerns aren't really there yet to back up that level of concern at this point in time. But I believe it was Dr. Borum or Mr. Thomas made the point about the evolution of how we're going to continue to reevaluate things. And so as more DERs come onto the system, maybe as more DER aggregations are interconnected, there might be new issues or new considerations that do merit some additional thought once we see how the rubber meets the road. So we do recognize that things can change over time. Next slide, please. One of our concerns in implementing 2222 in a fair way is some of the kind of structural disincentives that our utilities might have with respect to DER aggregations. And so we just wanted to recognize some of those structural disincentives at play here. Not to say that any individuals working at utilities have any ulterior motives or anything like that. It's just recognizing the fact that utilities have the fiduciary responsibility to make profit for their shareholders. And so when we look at DER aggregations and how they interact with that, we can see a number of ways that some utilities might not want to have DER aggregations for a variety of reasons, or at least not have a high number of them. So a couple of those points are, DER aggregations, they can compete with utility-owned generation for wholesale market services. And they can also marginally reduce utility sales if customers are installing DERs. And then they can also reduce the utility's need for future capital investments. So those are just a couple examples of some of the tension that we feel could be at play here. And so we want to make sure that the commission recognizes that in its rulemaking, and that we do have some need to make sure that this is implemented in a fair way, and that we're not going to see undue barriers erected as we make these changes to our markets. Next slide, please. So I've kind of characterized it here as maybe a potential conflict of interest because utilities both have these kind of structural disincentives for competitors to come in, but at the same time, they're also kind of the gatekeepers to the distribution grid. And so there's some very real concerns about safety and reliability, and we recognize we want a safe and reliable grid. We just don't want that said or used in a manner that's not reflective of the actual conditions on the grid. So we want we want to make sure DER interconnection is done in a fair way, that DER operations, that we make sure we have clear rules and that aggregators have clear information about when those curtailments or when those overrides are occurring, and that those are actual safety and reliability issues, and that they are not prolonged beyond the time that's necessary. And then when it comes to cost allocations, to make sure that the costs incurred by the utility, first of all, if it benefits the entire system, that could be and it's a prudent and reasonable cost, then that would be probably a cost that would be most fairly allocated to all ratepayers. If all ratepayers are benefiting from a certain upgrade or large-scale system change. At the same time, we recognize that utility interconnections, those have typically been allocated to the customer making that interconnection, and that seems like a fair cost-based way to allocate those interconnection costs directly. So we see a commission role in ensuring that the rules and tariffs that we establish throughout this process provide clear and robust consumer protections and utility oversight as well, given this potential for a kind of a conflict of interest to arise. Next slide, please. So we see a very valuable role for transparency and data collection as part of this throughout this process. So for instance, we had some regular net metering reporting after Senate Enrolled Act 309 was enacted. And I believe that reporting requirement has now come to an end, and that there's not a similar reporting requirement currently in place at the commission. So right now, I know we feel at least a bit in the dark about what's happening on the distribution grid with respect to how many customers are pursuing DERs, because we don't have that visibility. Utilities aren't reporting in a regular and transparent manner the number of customers that are pursuing DERs, specifically distributed generation I'm thinking of in this instance. But as we come to the point of DER aggregations coming on the grid, we probably would also want to consider a regular understanding and data on that as well. You know, how many aggregations are actually happening? What are their characteristics? What are the technologies being used? So that we have a fair understanding of what's happening in the market and what are the trends, so that we can make sure we're planning accordingly going forward. And then there's a number of ways that data provision or enhanced data provision could help facilitate the market, help remove barriers, help spur aggregators to consider Indiana as a state where they bring these competitive services, and that can provide grid services that benefit all customers. So things like maybe some increased transparency on interconnection queues, understanding where utilities could particularly benefit from having more DERs on the grid, where, you know, so for instance, hosting capacity maps can at least provide DER aggregators and individual customers with information on where can the grid easily accommodate more DER aggregation, where can they accommodate more specific distributed generation injection into the grid without having those immediate reliability concerns that some grids in very DG-heavy markets have experienced. And to that point, there could be opportunities for utilities to, for instance, use DER aggregations as a way to provide cost-effective services to their customers. So, for instance, a number of states have used non-wire alternatives to identify specific areas on the grid where they can avoid future transmission and distribution system upgrades by particularly targeting in areas for things like DERs to provide those services instead of an expensive upgrade. So that could be an area as well that's worth exploring. Next slide, please. On the issue of interconnection, we think the aggregation review will involve some additional engineering screens or studies, but that, you know, it's important to remember that DERs already, particularly the ones that are injecting into the grid, they already go through that interconnection process, and they're already screened by the utility to make sure that they're safe and that the grid can accommodate those resources. So that's an important thing to consider. We're not saying that utilities need to re-go through that whole process just because there's a DER aggregation that applies. And then one thing I don't think we've heard much about today is the IEEE 1547 standard. As far as we know, that seems like a reasonable standard to consider as well. We haven't heard a lot of folks expressing any opposition to that. I think NARUC has endorsed that. And if, to the extent that can help with some of these reliability concerns, such as dealing with voltage regulation or riding through voltage disturbances, that could be a common sense standard to adopt in Indiana. I think a lot of inverters now that are on the market, they're already complying with this or easy to comply with this. And so if this could be a beneficial grid service, it makes sense to consider that as well. Next slide, please. Potential other factors we could consider as part of this maybe include things like specifying the difference between a material and non-material change to a DER aggregation. So that if DER composition is changing across time, it might not necessarily require a whole new interconnection study if it's a non-material change that's happening. There can also be, utilities can also create a pro forma utility aggregator aggregation agreement that can clearly specify some of these issues. So if parties know their responsibilities and their rights, and they can clearly address some of these issues about how aggregators communicate with utilities, how utilities communicate with aggregators, and everybody can get the data they need. And then finally, on this slide, tools and data provision could help aggregators, and so we can consider, a lot of our utilities have installed or are installing AMI meters, so that's one area that we can maybe needs further fleshing out of what degree of that data provision could be helpful for aggregators and how that can be done in a way that protects consumers as well. Next slide, please. With respect to utility overrides, we think based on the current makeup of the grid, that these overrides are likely to be infrequent, but that we do need clarity under when those overrides are happening. As several folks have already said, those overrides of a DER aggregation do have financial penalties that can be associated with them. And so that can be concerning for aggregators if they don't have any clarity or stability in terms of being able to predict those or understand when and how those are happening. And then there's also an issue of, as we see more and more DERs come onto the grid, we'll probably want to consider how we can ensure that there is a fair allocation among limited distribution capacity among multiple DER aggregations that use some of that same capacity on the grid. Next slide, please. With respect to control of DERs, we think a limited approach is the right approach within what FERC Order 2222 allows. We agree with the comments that have been made that have said, we need clear specification of the causes of curtailment, communication requirements, compliance requirements, and understanding of the penalties for noncompliance. So I would amend my last bullet point there to say that there are certain circumstances when a utility might need to specifically override a DER aggregation for those safety or reliability circumstances, those very narrowly defined situations. But that doesn't necessarily mean that utilities need far greater insight into those DERs than they do today. Next slide, please. To conclude my presentation today, I wanted to leave you with a couple quotes from this resource that we cited in our written comments. So first is that, starting with the assumption that relatively minor changes in distribution planning and operations, in particular utility investments and monitoring and controls, are necessary to support them, is what's going to be needed for near-term compliance with 2222. And top priorities would be the focus initially on developing workable approaches to utility overrides based on a foundation of efficient communication between utilities and aggregators, with terms and conditions that are clearly articulated in our connection aggregator agreements, and then those can evolve over time as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation and open it up for comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll ask, this is Rich Brunt, Commission staff. You guys mentioned you're all for IEEE 1547 2018 adoption by all inverter-based resources.
For DER aggregations, I think that is a standard that we currently see as a workable approach. But yeah,
I think
it's at this moment in time.
It's that they said they fast-tracked those particular, adoptions. Even though that if there was full four-quadrant control on those, kind of can cut back on the value of some of those resources.
I'm not sure I'm fully up to speed on some of those details, so I might have to get back to you on that. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
This is Steve with the Commission staff. You had talked about the modest DER adoption to date in Indiana, and maybe that, all that might be required is sort of a slow roll, at least going into this. When we heard from the gentleman from Sun, he made it sound as if his phone won't stop ringing with Hoosiers wanting to get on board and participate in the wholesale market. So I guess my question is just how do we gauge this? How do we know? How do we take the temperature when we're hearing sort of, I guess, getting different messaging? What should we expect? What should we prepare for, or is there a way to know?
Great question. I think, so for starters, I would say that's where I think some of this data provision would be really helpful, having some additional insight on those trends. Right now, I can't even tell you what is the last year trend in terms of solar adoption in the state when it comes to distributed generation. So that could be helpful. I would say also that I think there is a lot of customer interest in DERs. I don't doubt that one bit. I think a lot of folks are very, very excited about it. I think under existing market fundamentals, though, I would say that the access to the wholesale market isn't going to change overnight the economics of rooftop solar, for instance. It's not necessarily going to, LMPs are $30 to $40 a megawatt hour. That's not a super attractive rate for excess distributed generation on the grid. That's not going to result in a sea change of large adoption in the state of Indiana. So I think there's definitely excitement, and I think this is we want to make sure we're not erecting barriers that could prevent folks from pursuing these options. We want to collect the data and have a good sense of the trends and what's happening in the market to be able to adapt as necessary. But that where I'm sitting today, it's hard for me to fathom this going into place and all of a sudden we're inundated with so many DERs that we have no idea what to do with them. That just, what we're seeing in other markets, I'm skeptical of that scenario at this moment in time.
Thanks, Ben. Dale Thomas, Commission staff. I wanted to explore a couple different things. I was thinking, I've heard a fair amount of times today about different levels, use cases, rolling out, different levels of review. And I know in our interconnection rule, we've kind of attacked that by megawatt levels for the generator interconnections. Could we do something, or should we consider doing something similar to that in whatever rules we come out of this, that there's a certain use case that is relatively simple, relatively single node, whatever it may be, maybe even single customer, that gets a quicker review process, much like the interconnection levels that we have? Is that a model that might work? Or?
It's possible it could. I think it's worth exploring, at least making sure that even if that approach isn't taken, that then the review that utilities undertake is commensurate with the complexity and the issues that could arise. You know, not doing duplicative work, not doing more studying of the grid than is likely to be an issue for that specific aggregation in that specific circuit of the grid for that specific utility.
Aggregation agreements, you mentioned on one of your slides. Should it be a product of our rule to have a pro forma commission-endorsed aggregation agreement, or historically what we've taken is more of a, here's the outlines that we want, utilities make a tariff filing that complies with that, and then the commission approves those individual aggregator agreements. Is that the right level, or should we work to a pro forma statewide aggregation agreement?
I think there's definitely some value to having some consistency between our utilities. You know, we don't want wildly varying terms. At the same time, I do recognize there are differences between our utilities. You know, we have 4 investor-owned utilities in MISO, 1 in PJM. There might be some important differences there that might be appropriately captured in that agreement. So I would recommend that this approach at least consider ways to the extent possible, standardize some of those terms, standardize some of those aspects of that agreement, even if there might be some individual differences from utility to utility in some of the exact language or the exact requirements that might emerge as a result of some of those differences. I know that's a little bit of a wishy-washy answer, but I think it is something where we're striking a balance of maybe not being overly rigid, but also not letting everybody just do anything they want.
Just a selfish desire to pick your brain a little bit on a future activity I may be involved in. You mentioned aligning the utilities or the utilities misalignment with distributed energy resource rollouts. Do you think that's a place for performance-based rate making to encourage them through various incentives to ensure or to work towards incenting or aligning their incentive with the DERA customers' incentives?
You know, I have some concerns about the performance-based rate-making approach.
I figured you did, Ben.
Yeah. The devil's in the details in that approach a lot. It's really hard to pick the appropriate baseline to measure against. It can be really hard to pick the appropriate metrics. And so I have some, I would encourage some caution on that approach. There's certainly some ways to, I think, address some of these what I would characterize as perhaps a misalignment between the two, but I'm not sure that performance-based rate making comes close to that kind of silver bullet solution that some folks have proposed it could be. I think there's actually a lot of challenges in the implementation, and I know some of the dockets in other places in the country that have tried to go through this have been really lengthy and really complex because of some of these issues get really complicated and get really hard, and it all comes down to those details, and there can be all sorts of unintended outcomes. So I think we have we're pretty cautious on that approach as being a solution to this specific issue, but could be worth future discussion.
And lastly, I guess some more self-promotion. Net energy metering reports have been filed quarterly through the end of net metering, so the pace and the progress of solar and wind rollouts related to net energy metering are on the Commission's website through the middle of last year, and presently the utilities are all filing their year-end 22 numbers. So we'll be able to get all parties will be able to have some transparency in short order on how 22 overall performed in terms of distributed energy resources that take advantage of net energy metering being applied or being applied and employed throughout the state. So look forward to that, hopefully in the near future, on our website.
We also have an interconnection report that was due yesterday. So the interconnection report says wind, solar, blah, blah, blah.
Thank you, Michelle Bear. I just wanted to ask, you'd mentioned about, utility control, undue, I think is what it was said, utility control over curtailments. Can you elaborate a little bit about what that means and what your perspective is on that?
Yes, thank you. I'd be happy to. I think there's some concern, for instance, that a utility could financially benefit from curtailing a specific DER aggregation on the grid, and then increasing their generation to, as a result of that, right? They could benefit from increasing their own generation and having fewer competitors on the grid. So it's just making sure that that when there is these specific circumstances that happen that require an override for the narrow safety and reliability issues, that's what it actually is. Making sure that it's happening for this because it meets specific, clear criteria. It's limited in duration. Based on the interconnection studies that these DERs go through, we expect them to be very infrequent and not something that is likely to happen a lot. So that's kind of the perspective we're coming from, making sure that customers aren't having their DERs curtailed unnecessarily, making sure that DER aggregations also aren't facing non-performance penalties that maybe could have been avoided.
Okay, so it wouldn't align to any type of normal operating the distribution grid, any type of normal outages, things that happen on the grid daily that, where you have to, for reliability purposes, safety of outage schedules, things of that nature. That's not what you're talking about there. Is that correct? Because it's distribution. I mean, it's distribution. It's never traditionally been a system that was performing for the generation purpose of supply. So I just want to make sure I'm separating. I mean, I can kind of understand what you're saying, and that's the traditional, competitive versus non-competitive generation markets, but distribution utilities have never really operated in that fashion in the past. So obviously in a more mature model, I think what you're getting to is probably something that, would have to be looked at longer term. I'm trying to understand what you meant by that curtailment piece. And so, safety and reliability is one of those paramount pieces that the way distribution utilities operate today, we want to make sure that that continues and that there's not going to be undue discourse between aggregators and a distribution utility who's really just trying to keep the lights on and have their obligation to serve the load. So that's what I was trying to separate.
I'm not sure if I quite understood that. I mean, as I said today, my DER is injecting into the grid. It is something the utility deals with. When there is a reliability issue on the grid and the line goes down, my DER instantly stops injecting into the grid. It's built-in safety already in the inverter. And to the extent the utility doesn't believe that, I have an external disconnect switch that they can come shut off if they want. So it's hard for me to fathom what additional third mechanism is needed beyond the existing mechanisms in place that are already there to prevent these unsafe situations from happening.
Sure, sir. So just to, in tomorrow's, for tomorrow, and let's say your system at your household goes down, the distribution utilities need that to continue for reliability purposes, right? And perhaps there would be an aggregator that'd be aggregating that particular supply. And there might be financial penalties associated with that. I don't know the way this markets get structured. The concern is that once you get enough penetration of DERs into the distribution grid and it becomes much more lucrative, you're going to have to, the utility still has that obligation to serve. And so, just as you had mentioned, it goes, your system goes out at your household. That's the way I would assume most of the distribution utilities would want to operate tomorrow and not be penalized for that type of work that they're doing to make sure that that grid is staying safe and reliable and, power quality and all those other items associated with it. So that's what I was trying to understand. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate your comment and questions. I think this is where additional communications are ideal between aggregators and the utility. If there are these known planned outages that are going to occur in areas, this is where the communication can help. It's where that kind of visibility can work to make sure that those issues are addressed appropriately.
I just want to comment on your example was that the utility might take that line out because it has a DER on it so that we can use our own generation to serve the load or something. We have an interest in keeping that line active. We've got other customers on that line. We want to continue to serve customers that are on that entire circuit, not just the DER. So I just want to make sure that you understand we're not, I don't know, the man behind the curtain trying to take the line out of service because that improves our financial position. Our financial position is met by meeting all the demands for all the customers that we serve.
No, I believe my comment was in reference to utilities exercising their override ability, not taking out distribution lines to put people into a blackout situation.
And I'll just interject here. We'd really like the commission to be able to stay out of the distribution outage planning process in terms of approving them. So,
and this is Brad Borum. I mean, I also would think, to some degree, though, if stuff like that was happening on a more than just a minimal basis, if at all, it would start showing up in the SAIDI, SAIFI, and CAIDI data that we collect. So, and believe it or not, I look at those reports every single year, and they get looked at quite a bit and discussed. So,
absolutely, me as well. To be clear, I'm not saying shutting off power. I'm saying exercising their override of a DER aggregation, saying that we need to shut down this DER aggregation for a safety reliability issue. Folks could still have power on that circuit. That's all. And to the extent that comment is misplaced, I think then we would all be in agreement and we should all embrace some very clear standards so that folks just have very clear understanding of when these situations are going to arise and so that the DER aggregators can plan accordingly.
Other questions in the room? Let me just check the queue. I don't see any questions from the YouTube folks. Last call for questions for Citizens Action before our break. And thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we were scheduled for a break until 2:45. Let's go ahead and break until 2:45, and we'll come back and we'll hear from the MISO Indiana Utilities. Okay, I want to welcome everyone back from the break. So we're going to go ahead and let the MISO Indiana Utilities give their presentation now. I believe Mike Gayheimer's kicking this off.
Thanks, Steve. I'll wait for the slides. Okay, so I am Mike Gayheimer. I'm NIPSCO's RTO Policy Manager. Matt Fields from AES Indiana and Nancy Connolly from Duke Energy will tag team this with me. So Matt pointed out, first thing I need to cop to is the fact that we also have 2022 in our year. So in our defense...
Mike, could you pull the microphone a little closer?
Sure, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
In our defense and in Ben's defense, the bathroom still thinks it's February, so... So we're both just off by one digit. So I appreciate the opportunity to present our views. So you've heard from I&M, kind of the PJM perspective. There was a lot in their presentation we agree with. Certainly I don't have any opinion on any of their PJM specific stuff, but we wanted to make sure you also heard from the MISO Indiana IOUs. So our goal today is really to help identify or recommend to the Commission areas that we think are ripe for new or modified regs. It wasn't really our goal to talk about what those regs should say. I realize that you all will do a process for that later. But it's really just to help give you some advice as you're deciding what areas you want to focus on. I have to offer some caveats up front. So first of all, the standard caveat, this presentation was a consensus presentation, so not every utility involved will agree with every single point. That's what I have to say. What I want to say is all the good ideas are NIPSCO's, all the others are somebody else's.
That's true.
That's not true. And there is kind of a unique caveat. Just because we list an area as being ripe for regulation doesn't mean we think there should be prescriptive regulation. In some cases, it may just mean we think that some space needs to be carved out for the EDCs to use good engineering judgment and really kind of protect that from falling to somebody that doesn't have the reliability obligation that we have. So cover the agenda real quickly. First of all, I want to give you a sense of what we've done already in the space, our DERs. And then when we think about MISO's compliance filing, a lot of what is in there can really be split out into two different time horizons. One's a planning time horizon, one's an operations time horizon. But there are some other issues that aren't easily categorized that way, so we'll cover a few of those as well. So in terms of giving you that appreciation for where we are, so the Indiana utilities, and again, this doesn't include I&M, but for the four of us, we have about 426 megawatt of DERs, approximately 8,000 customers. Now, most of that's solar, but not all of it. There's some wind and CHP in there too. And I watch way too much TV, so all my good things I get from commercials, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. And so we want to bring, in our comments and in our recommendations, we want to bring that experience to bear on those. The other thing that I want to mention is, as we've already heard today, DERs, as contemplated by 2222, aren't just generation. Oftentimes, we may talk like it does, but we acknowledge it also includes DR, and you might get a flavor of that here as well. But certainly, DER generation is a big concern of ours. If I had to put a theme to what I think is facing the Commission right now, it's uncertainty. I can't imagine what's in front of you, facing you, given all the uncertainty. I think it's a daunting task for you to have to get involved with. And I appreciated Dr. Borum, your comments. I do think it has to be an evolutionary process. I think there are certain things that we know we want to protect up front. I agree it needs to be evolutionary, but also think there needs to be a substantial and I think you would probably agree with this effort up front. So, I can think of two questions. And one is, if we decorate the house and nobody comes to the party, what then? My concern is if we don't decorate the house and people show up to the party, what happens? And I don't like an empty house, an undecorated house when I have people over, so, because then they just look at me and nobody wants that. So with that uncertainty in mind, kind of the first place I think that when, I'll talk about the planning time horizon, Matt will take over for the operations, but talking about that uncertainty, I think nowhere is it more more potentially impactful than generation interconnection. I acknowledge we have existing regulations on that, but that uncertainty is huge right now. So, we have, first of all, we don't know if MISO's compliance filing will be approved, and if not, how it will be modified. I suspect there will be something in there that's changed, but who knows what. Given that if the timeline that MISO has proposed, given that it's so far in the future, we don't know what supply developments will occur. It could be evolutionary, it could be revolutionary. We don't know what's going to happen, what incentives MISO's capacity accreditation will provide. As we're working through that now, we're looking at non-thermal, and I think we probably all expect that a lot of the DER will be non-thermal, the generation pieces in there. What impact will MISO's LRTP have? Many of those projects will be, the projected in-service date for many of those projects is coincident with the implementation if FERC approves their 2222 implementation. It's not an exhaustive list, but just a list. And I tell you what really keeps me up at night is the thought that given what's going on in MISO with their queue, we may become the interconnection path of least resistance. MISO has no limit on sizes of aggregations. You can have only one DER and an aggregation. A generator that wanted to avoid the MISO queue could self-aggregate and then come, connect on distribution. So you might say, well, it's hard to imagine that happening, and it might be, but it is at least possible. So we think that calls for flexibility in the interconnection regulations, and probably more flexibility than really was recognized was necessary back when those were developed. So again, we've listed some thoughts on what flexibility we might have or might want, and these aren't necessarily things we all necessarily would want, not necessarily an exhaustive list either, but things like the ability, learning from some of MISO's experience, the ability to process applications non-serially, so maybe batch them and process them in batches, or best efforts on review timelines. One of the things I wanted to note was that today we've used a lot of terms interchangeably, and so I want to be really clear when I talk about interconnection, I'm not talking about review of aggregations through the enrollment process. Sometimes today people have used interconnection for that. I'm not talking about that. I'm literally just talking about interconnection of generation. So maybe we need, on a system-wide basis, on a particular utility's distribution system, we might have real size limitations. We might have different size limitations depending on where on our system you are. So, we might want some flexibility there, or at least some carve-outs to create space where we could flex things there. When a generator comes through our interconnection process, they might not necessarily know whether they're going to join an aggregation. They might join an aggregation later, and so there's questions about, to the extent that our normal interconnection metering and telemetry requirements are different than what will be necessary for 2222, what do we do there? One of the other things I think it's in everybody's best interest is to minimize the number of speculative applications, and so things like maybe using fee structures or other ways of motivating serious applicants would be helpful as well. So then once you move beyond interconnection, you get to what some people have been calling interconnection, but it's really aggregation enrollment. So as far as generation is concerned, we've studied that in an interconnection, But now we have aggregations that might be only generation, might be only DR, or might be a combination of the two. And that, can create reliability problems that might be different than what we studied in the interconnection. So, but actually, before you even get to the enrollment, we think that, the commission might want to take a look at some protections of customers. Clearly, the EDCs have a lot of data that aggregators would want, to create marketing lists, to kind of to process, prioritize customers in terms of load and applicability. And so, they might want that information. They might want, customer lists. I think the commission needs to wrestle with some of that and decide what they want to allow and how they want to allow. For example, lists, do they allow opt-in, opt-out, something of that nature. And then rules of engagement. I mean, there are customers out there that know nothing about any of this. And we think that they need protected. I don't mean that pejoratively. I don't think necessarily that there are aggregators out there trying to, get to the customers. But there's just different levels of information, and so we think that the commission might have an interest in providing some protections there. So, but once you do get, the aggregators have gone out, they've created an aggregation, and now they come in to enroll an aggregation. That's where, from an EDC's perspective, the 60-day clock starts. So, we think it would be helpful if the commission had, certain requirements, whether prescriptive or allowed each utility to propose some requirements on minimum submission data or information. And
Do you want to advance the slide?
oh, I'm
up there?
sorry.
I mean, I'm thinking you're talking about this slide. Yeah,
Yep,
okay.
sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, it might be helpful to have distribution utility specific standards. The problem, one of the concerns we have, I should say, is that there's no limitation on either frequency or the number of these requests we get. I mean, we could get 10 interconnection requests a day. We could get none, but we could get 10. We've got a 60-day clock running on all of those. The other thing is modifications. So, it's one thing to process through the original enrollment within 60 days and doing our reliability check. But imagine if we had in a 60-day period multiple enrollments that we had to study. And then on top of that, we could have aggregators coming back with modifications that also have that same 60-day clock. So first of all, we think that that is ripe for definition of material, because there has to be a material change before the modification can be studied again. So we would want a reasonable definition for that, but also some protection as to frequency and timing. And again, I realize I tend to look way beyond edge cases when I try to think about things, but consider a situation where an aggregator was signing up small customers and originally had maybe a group of 10 or 20, whatever, came up with an aggregation, went off, started doing their work, and then started signing up new customers. They could just churn with modifications. I mean, in the beyond extreme case, every new customer could be a modification depending on the customer. Now, it couldn't be a Nest thermostat, because I wouldn't even argue that that was material, but we could just see churns of requests for modification. And so we think that the commission ought to think about that as they're deciding whether and what to promulgate as far as regulations in that area. And then finally, I'll just mention, aggregation enrollment is really the first opportunity to check for double counting, and so we need something there. I'm going to leave that there. I think Matt's going to address that more in his comments.
Great. Thanks, Mike. All right, let's think for a little bit about the operating time horizon here. I think the concept of the broad buckets here, planning and operating time horizons, are important, and particularly with a view toward what the commission has a purview toward. Just kind of by way of a comment, this group of the Indiana utilities, wanted to highlight the comments of the public interest groups who indicated that operational oversight and control of DERs was not a topic for consideration in 2022. And we would say that we disagree. We really do think that this is a place for the commission to weigh in. The responsibilities of the RTO and the distribution system operator and the aggregator need to be clearly defined, and perhaps the MISO implementation of its proposed program will elucidate those roles and responsibilities. But to the extent that they don't, I think the state may need to help us. So we wanted to highlight that to you. I know that we don't often come in here and say, please give us more rules, but we think there really is an opportunity here. So kind of with operations in mind, some key considerations we wanted to bring to your attention. I think first and foremost, let's think about functionality needs for distribution systems. The utilities right now are pursuing a variety of, I think, innovative technologies to improve the operations of our distribution systems, things like advanced distribution management systems, ADMS, fault location, isolation, and system restoration schemes, FLISR, and some other new technologies that we think really will drive reliability of our systems and improve the service that we provide to our customers. Operation of DERs will impact how these technologies are utilized. And I think to Donna's point from I&M, we need to, and Michelle, excuse me, we need to learn how to walk before we can run here. And I think the utilities are looking at some cutting edge things that the participation of DERs in a blind or near blind way would really hamper some of the benefits that we're trying to put in place to help customers, to give good service. We want to underscore to the Commission that our first priority is the configuration of a distribution system that is operated reliably and safely. But with that in mind, not all distribution systems are alike. Rural and radial systems have very different operating parameters and configurations from urban and more networked systems. And I think, to Mike's point, we know a thing because we've seen the thing. Operational experience is key. The IOUs, as demonstrated, have significant experience with DERs operating on their systems, and we believe that we need to maintain operational authority for safe and reliable service to continue. With respect to override and dispute resolution, I think we've covered that briefly today, but it will, in our view, be necessary to maintain the authority to override an existing operating DER in certain circumstances. This is in keeping with the existing practice of, say, being able to install manual disconnect switches for certain customers in their DERs. Relying on the aggregator to communicate with the DER owner in a grid safety or reliability situation, in our view, poses an open question of liability. Will the text message be read? Will the DER aggregator react and communicate promptly? We believe that the utility will need to communicate, in some cases, directly with the individual DER owner. Disputes, like we've talked about, invariably will arise. The MISO dispute resolution process exists, but we would pose to the Commission, is it best for Indiana customers to involve a third party like MISO in the dispute resolution process? I'm not saying that the answer is yes or no. I'm saying that something to consider, because the MISO dispute resolution process necessarily involves MISO. Right now, the dispute resolution process between distribution customers and the utility only involves the Commission. And I think that works pretty efficiently, and we get to good outcomes on a regular basis. Adding MISO in as another layer there is something that we should, I think, thoughtfully consider. On metering and telemetry, we've talked about this a little bit too. There will be an impact on wholesale dispatch. We've highlighted this already. I think Rao did a great job on that. But system reconfiguration, which, say, with an ADMS, could happen automatically without any operator intervention, but because of the scheme implemented, could result in pricing disparities, depending on what the new system configuration and topology is. And to Ben's point, I agree, we don't want the utility to have perverse incentives as the distribution operator in this context to harm generator owners, especially to use our own generation, which we wouldn't do. But I think how you would, in a network system, be able to shift load and then generation around could definitely change price signals. So how do you do that fairly? I think these are questions that are definitely in the running or the marathon category, and we're talking about walking, but I think I've heard some commentary around there are some things that we can solve pretty straightforwardly today with rulemaking, but there are some more complexities that also have a fairness component that I think the Commission should give consideration to. All right, let's talk about some unrelated topics. Aggregator status, I think, is a big one that we've touched on today. The FERC order, to my reading, the reading of this group, clarifies that the aggregator will be a FERC-regulated utility. Will they also be an Indiana utility, subject to the regulation of this body? Will they have the reporting requirements and the same coordination that the IOUs have? Something to consider. Double counting, again, we've touched on this at length. I think the current commission-approved interconnection agreements ask customers with DERs to enumerate which program or programs they wish to participate in under our tariffs. PURPA, net metering, XSDG, a special offering like a feed-in tariff, maybe just internal use only. How do you want to use this generator that you have? Could a customer select to participate as an XSDG customer who receives, where applicable, a bill credit, but no money is changing hands, and also bid their generator in as an aggregated wholesale resource and receive MISO revenues? It really begs the question, what is permissible, what's not permissible? And then from our vantage point, who polices any double counting or impermissible stacking of registrations? Right now, customers with DERs come to the distribution utility, and in general, we have some responsibility to do the policing of the safe and efficient operation of their systems in parallel with ours. Adding the aggregator in opens up an opportunity to confuse the process about who has responsibilities, who has obligations, and then also who owns the reporting to come back to the regulator. I think the role really does need to be defined. The I&M point about water heaters makes a lot of sense in that way. There's, again, a lot of good points in that discussion. On cost allocation, I think it has impacts both on the planning and operating time horizons. If, say, the MISO 2222 program helps kickstart an uptick in DER implementation in Indiana on the distribution systems, who pays for upgraded transformers in neighborhoods, let's say, where a handful of neighbors got together to install DERs and aggregate them together? The cost might be caused by multiple parties. Right now, cost causation generally goes to the last person who caused the issue. We may see different kinds of interest and the need for different ideas and rules around cost allocation. I think, who pays for the additional communications and telemetry equipment needed to communicate with the aggregator and the utility is an open question, similarly. And like Mike noted, the speculative applications. What if people come and submit a variety of interconnection requests with no intention of developing them, but now other customers are harmed by not being able to pursue projects that they would otherwise find interesting? And to reuse a phrase from a moment ago, if registration stacking is permissible, does a customer inherently receive a wholesale market subsidy at the expense of other customers? It depends on, I think, how this body interprets what double counting is, how we define it, and then what is available to customers. I think the subsidization risk exists and may need to be addressed, so we want to highlight that again to the Commission. I think we've identified a few open questions here. Happy to think more with you. I was talking with Steve out in the hallway. We'll look forward to more opportunities to think about items that are of interest, and then frankly to begin to think about how we can put language together to help. Like Mike was saying, it's daunting to consider the task ahead of us, especially ahead of you, and we want to be good partners in that way. And so with that in mind, I'm going to hand it over to Nancy to talk about IEEE 1547. And Nancy, I'll be happy to drive for you.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon. As I stated earlier, my name is Nancy Connolly. I'm a lead engineer with Duke Energy, and I perform interconnection studies on the Duke distribution system in Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. So one of the issues on the table for discussion around FERC Order 2222 has been whether the MISO states plan to adopt the 2018 version of the IEEE 1547 standard. Oh, and I want to say that I have been a voting member of the 1547 series working groups since 2011. So I believe that the standard is really more appropriate for a discussion around state interconnection rules than it is for a discussion on FERC Order 2222. So I'd like to provide some clarification on that topic. So for a brief introduction for those not familiar with the standard, it's a voluntary standard. It governs the behavior of DER under normal and abnormal conditions while in parallel with the distribution grid when transitioning on and off the grid. Two parts of the standard might be seen as relevant to the issues around FERC Order 2222. The first is that the 2018 version of the standard requires the DER to be capable of providing support to the bulk power system. So in the 2003 version of the standard, in the event of an abnormal voltage or frequency condition due to a temporary fault on the bulk transmission system, the DER was expected to immediately separate from the grid in order to avoid negative impacts on the distribution grid. As higher penetration of DER comes about, it's not desirable to lose a large amount of generation at one time for a temporary abnormal condition. The 2018 version of the standard mandates that the DER must have the capability to ride through a condition of low voltage or frequency that's caused by a temporary fault on the bulk system. So in relation to FERC Order 2222, an aggregator would want the DER to be able to ride through that temporary condition in order for the aggregator to meet its contractual obligations under the order. The second part of the standard that might be seen as relevant to is that the 2018 version of the standard requires the DER to be capable of communication. So it's no longer simply an interconnection standard, it's an interoperability standard where all the devices have the capability to talk to each other. However, the standard leaves the decision to use this capability to the area EPS, the utility. So a couple of clarifications that I had alluded to earlier. IEEE 1547-2018 does not address aggregated behavior of DER at multiple points on a feeder or on at a transmission node. DER tested under 1547.1/2020, which is the testing standard for IEEE 1547-2018, requires the DERs to show that they meet that requirement at a single reference point of applicability. So usually what we call the point of common coupling, that demarcation between the DER customer and the utility. Second, IEEE 1547-2018 does not apply to all DER as defined by the FERC Order 2222, but only those that are capable of injecting active power into the distribution grid. So I just wanted to provide this clarification to ensure there aren't unrealistic expectations about what adoption of the standard can do relative to the FERC order. So thank you for that time. I'd like to move now to the question and answer phase of our presentation.
Rich Brunt, Commission staff. Just for clarification, 1547, that's an inverter standard, so it only apply to inverter-based resources.
No, it applies to inverter-based resources, synchronous generators, energy storage that is capable of injection. It's just not applicable to demand response, energy efficiency, et cetera.
And as you understand our current interconnection rules, where 1547 applies, what are we using 2018? Will we use 2018 when it becomes amended and supplemented, or?
We are currently using the 2003 version of the standard, I believe, but that was one of the questions that came up was, are the MISO states going to adopt the 2018 standard in the next update of their interconnection rules? And I believe that question is valid as a upgrading of the rules question. I just am not sure that it's completely relevant to FERC Order 2222.
So being on the committee, I'm sorry, Dale Thomas with the commission staff. So being on the committee, you would encourage us in our interconnection rules to upgrade to 2018 for the purposes of the interconnection rule, or consider a consideration of that. That's where it belongs.
I don't want to speak for all of the IOUs. I can tell you in Duke Energy that our North Carolina counterparts have adopted the standard, but are implementing some of the smart inverter functions gradually. Our Midwest jurisdictions usually look to North Carolina because they have such a higher penetration of DER than we have. But yeah, I don't want to speak for the other utilities at this time.
This is Steve Davies from the commission. To your understanding, are most inverters that are operational today compliant with the standard or not, or do you know?
So most inverters that are commercially available today are compliant with the 2003 standard.
And is it just a question of inverter settings, or is it additional equipment that would make those inverters compliant with 2018?
Both.
Okay. You also mentioned in regards to 2018 not addressing aggregated behavior at the node. You mentioned 1547 TAC 1. Can you talk about that a little more, and whether or not you were suggesting that that's something we also need to consider adopting? I wasn't sure what the point was.
It was really just to make sure that the question of adopting 1547-2018, that there aren't any unrealistic expectations of what that standard means relative to the FERC order, because even the transmission standard for inverter-based resources, IEEE 2800, is only applicable, again, at one reference point of applicability, which they call the point of metering, I believe, in that standard. But again, it doesn't address aggregated behavior across multiple areas.
So in saying that, are you suggesting that whereas the standard might control sort of ride-through of a disturbance on a particular unit, that an aggregation may behave differently despite the inverters being attuned to that standard? Am I?
Just that the standard does not address the behavior of DER aggregated across multiple points. It's not saying that they won't all ride through, but it's not saying that they are tested to do so in that manner.
And I had a question, Dale Thomas of the commission. Matt, I had a question for you. You mentioned, I think it was on slide 07 or something on your second page of your operations time horizon. I think I heard you say that the complexity of the DERAs and some of the things that they may add into the system may complicate or challenge some of the offerings that the utility might have in improving their system for customers. Did I hear that correctly, or will you rephrase that for me?
No, that's right. I think, as an example with the ADMS implementation, trying to think about how we both balance robust, reliable, safe operation of the grid with not harming customers who are participating in the wholesale market becomes a challenge in terms of how our staff that are currently developing some of the algorithms for the ADMS to operate properly. How are we thinking about that? It's not just simply, did you get the power flow right And have you got the right equipment kind of installed on the feeder to understand what the configuration now is? Or rather, well, have I done something that I'm going to get a customer complaint about now, which has historically not been how we operate?
Okay, so what I hear is the self-healing aspects of the grid may create some issues one way or another. Not programs that you're offering. I guess
Correct, yes,
that's what I
exactly.
wanted to differentiate. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Rich Brunkin, mission staff. Matt, kind of touched on earlier, and then kind of to Dale's point, any of those new aspects that'll make you guys able to facilitate any of these programs, obviously is not inexpensive. Do you envision, or is there room for that market to pay for itself in essence, or do you envision that to be all ratepayers?
Help me understand a little bit more clearly. Systems and programs, you're thinking about
The market, is it going to have room for it to pay for itself, or is there going to be some subsidization from other ratepayers that aren't participants in the market?
I think that remains an open question. I liked I&M's idea about bifurcating wholesale and retail. The fact that our retail customers might pay for a particularly small class of customers right now who have DERs to have access to the marketplace relative to what their benefit derived, if any, might be, gives me pause. So I think, from my vantage point, it's going to cost money. Right? None of this is going to happen for free. We're trying to suss out, I think, is it fair to just assign all of the upgrade costs basically for DER owners who want to be aggregated to those customers? Does it make sense to spread it across broadly among the different rate classes? I think with rate pressure and the current inflation environment, we want to be very sensitive to customers, especially low income and folks who aren't interested in pursuing some of these kinds of programs because different customers have different objectives.
This is Steve again with the Indiana Commission. This question, I think, is to Mike. You know, you talked about this idea of perhaps generators utilizing this construct as an alternative to the RTO queues. In reading the MISO Indiana utility comments, it to me anyhow, it almost sounded like maybe we should consider how to facilitate that. I guess that's my question. Is that something we're afraid of, or is that something we should be preparing for?
Thanks, Steve. Mike Gayheimer, NIPSCO again. So I definitely think it's something that we ought to think about as we're considering regulations, not necessarily to prevent it, but to allow us to accommodate it without affecting reliability. And maybe allowing us to structure the way we do interconnection reviews differently than we did today. I'm not suggesting that we would, but maybe providing that flexibility. Because it is so uncertain, we might want some flexibility to structure our interconnection processes different than how we do it today. That's what I was trying to say.
I'll offer a comment, though. I think to the extent that MISO would like to see some of the, let's say, utility scale interconnections on the transmission system move out of their backlog and onto ours, which I get, right? And I think everybody does. The challenges that MISO is facing, and PJM similarly, utilities would face the same challenges. Certainly not currently staffed, trained, equipped, probably to do a large-scale, huge tranche of generator interconnection requests, especially ones that aren't, the kinds of work that we do right now, which tend to be small, a handful of kW solar. The level 3 interconnections, the handfuls of them that we get, take a good amount of time and resource in order to complete. I think we get to bill the customer back at $100 an hour for the actual time spent, so I guarantee you that we don't actually cover the cost of the people that do the work. But on a relative basis, we don't do enough of them for it to be a problem. But if that huge crush comes from the transmission system down for the distribution system, this problem will become exacerbated in a very similar way.
When we talk about flexibility, are we talking about things like size limits and discretion in that regard?
Yeah, that's one possibility, yeah. And especially especially different size limits for different utilities or different size limits depending on location in a given utility's service territory. I think we ought to think about providing that kind of flexibility. I know one of the other things, and I can't speak for all the MISO Indiana utilities, but one of the things that NIPSCO has talked about internally is the potential that one aggregator could come in and ask for so much, one generator even, or later an aggregator could request such large amounts of service that they gobbled up whatever capacity we had. And that's an equity concern on our behalf as well.
And by that, Mike, you mean, Dale Thomas of the commission, you mean the available capacity? I mean, if they gobble up too much, they're going to have to pay for it, right? They're going to have to pay for upgrades to get to the system, to get to the transmission system, correct?
Right, and so essentially if somebody asks for enough, they would be gobbling up the free capacity, I guess is one way to say it. Gobbling up being the technical term, by the way.
All right, I don't see any questions in the queue. Any other questions in the room for this presenter? Rao?
Thank you. And I think, Ra, with consultant for Voltus, we have heard the term walk, jog, run a lot. And I see why my utility colleagues like the term. But as I was thinking this through, it came up even in the MISO stakeholder process. And it's coined by, like anything else, a consultant back in the day to indicate the evolutionary growth of DERs. And I think if we put that in context about hosting capacity, the percentages that they were talking about was around 5%, 10% of peak load DERs, and then you get into more than 25% and stuff. So I couldn't help wonder, as I was sitting in the background, because it was my turn to sit in the background and listen to your presentations. I'm not a child development specialist by any means, but a child crawls for so many months. After that, we expect them to walk. The way that I'm hearing the utilities talk about walk, jog, run is they want to be in this infinite loop of crawling until they want to walk. And so it could take not just a couple of years, it could take 5 to 10 years before we know it. So by the time it could be 2030. That's what's going through my mind. This walking, jogging, running doesn't apply here necessarily because these technologies are not new per se. Utilities are already interconnecting DER technologies. What is new is this aggregation, obviously, in the MISO marketplace. But MISO marketplace is not hunky-dory that everybody wants to connect either. It doesn't have the capacity prices that you typically see in PJM for that matter. Of course, PJM's capacity prices are now lowering compared to MISO's, and who knows what MISO's next seasonal auctions capacity prices would be and stuff like that. So what I'm trying to tell is the market is going to go where the need is. And so we need to allow these distributed resources to react to the market needs. And so if we continue to say that we need to allow enough crawling to happen before walking and enough walking before we run and before running to do marathons, it'll be 5-10 years and aggregators won't come to the state. Why would they come? Why would they put resources when there is not enough welcoming? I mean, to quote the analogy here, whether the party is there or not, the first reason why anybody would come is when you invite them. Whether you do all the things that you want to do in your house that is welcoming or not, at least from my cultural perspective, you will welcome and then you will say, thanks for coming. And that's enough, whether you provide me with a soda or whether you provide me to an adult beverage. It's beside the point. So I think this should be something that should go through the mind at the end of the day. This walking and crawling is analogy-wise misused here.
Well, if I can, Dale Thomas with the commission, if I can ask, you came back up on the stand, so I get to ask. I went out before you had the break, and I couldn't find you. But a couple perspectives, and I hope I can keep them separated. One, you talk about it being a simple flip of the switch. And the utilities have spoken about it being a paradigm shift. Those are vastly different things. So just a couple thoughts on why you don't think it's especially in light of the FERC order and the way that it's framed, why you think it isn't a paradigm shift. That's question number one. Question number two is, who pays for the decorations at the party if nobody shows up? In the analogies that we've been, the picture that we've been painting, right? I understand the idea of creating a platform that is open, fair, just, and reasonable for all parties to take advantage of the unique and special characteristics that DERAs and DER can bring to the table. But I also recognize that when I look back at various programs over time, you create a party, nobody shows up, and then you figure out how much money you have to throw at them to come to the party. And that isn't necessarily a productive use of public resources. So if you could just speak to those two points, I'd appreciate it.
No, those are good questions. And to use this party analogy, today we ask our utilities to market, advertise demand response programs, don't we? How is it any different than advertising for this quote-unquote party, for aggregation of distributed resources to participate in the marketplace? We have utilities participating with marketing budgets and advertising budgets because we want to see more demand-side resources to participate on our grid. Because we collectively agree that consumers benefit when there is least cost, and that least cost comes through having multiple resources participate in the grid. And that's what we are doing essentially by inviting people to the party.
And I'll stop because that's one question. And just to make a point, if you were to read the Commission's 43566 order on demand response and how it viewed that invitation to the party, I think it recognized that a key aspect of it was the control that the utilities attained, back to the whole opt-out, opt-in kind of perspective, right? So I think that was a key part that doesn't exist under this paradigm, right? A measure of that control, that consolidation, that inclusion within the integrated resource planning and the holistic obligation that the utility has to serve doesn't seem as prevalent, if at all, in the current paradigm. So I think there is a little disconnect. I understand your idea about the fact that we have a marketing budget.
Yep.
Right? So I appreciate that, and I do appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the paradigm question. The paradigm question is obviously a good one and a complex one. And I see where the utilities are going, because the utilities are saying, maybe I'll move away from the party analogy, the graduate student analogy, which is something that I can relate to. When I wanted to do my master's program, I also wanted to do my PhD, but my mother said, no, first get the master's, and then if you want to do PhD, so be it. I won't get into all the cultural aspects of marriage and stuff related to that. The point here is the student would at least graduate with the master's first, whether they are enrolled in the PhD program or not. That would take 5 years. They won't be employable by then. All this is a lost opportunity in the marketplace. So the paradigm shift that our utilities are talking about, and I respect their views. I'm not saying they are completely off base, but they're looking at PhD level of work. When the PhD comes out, and they're trying to make sure when the PhD guy comes out, we need to make sure that guy is employable or that person is employable. I'm saying let's at least start with the master's guy. Let's at least start with the DERs in aggregation today in baby steps, to use the crawl analogy. Let them participate in aggregate in these markets that are available to them. And who knows what market improvements MISO will make or PJM will make in the next 4 or 5 years. That would entail some of this discussion even mute.
And you, from your reading of 222, too, we have that kind of ability to scale who we're trying to serve?
The RERAs have the authority ultimately, yes, absolutely. The FERC has given enough jurisdictional responsibilities because FERC doesn't want to get into this. If you recall, you might disagree with that, but demand response orders 719 and 745, the 745 one went all the way up to Supreme Court and FERC prevailed, and then the 841 that FERC went up to District Court of Appeals and FERC prevailed. They all clearly delineate where is FERC's role in terms of wholesale transactions. That's what we're talking about here. And that's why aggregation of distributed resources, when it came out, there is no order or a court proceeding that I am aware of. Everybody agrees now that FERC as the agency can regulate wholesale market transactions, and that wholesale market transactions is what we're talking about because FERC evidently has taken the lessons learned from 719, 745, and 841 in this 2222. So it has given enough authority to RERAs in terms of looking at what DERs get to participate in the market participation, how much they can participate in aggregate. That is why the 60-day clock. That is why these other processes that entail the coordination between the aggregator and the DU. When ultimately I was thinking, DUs and aggregators will not be friends, but we will work together because we got to work together to make the DERs happy. They are our customers. They have their customers. We will have our customers, if you will. I'm not an aggregator per se, but I'm representing an aggregator, so I will speak for them. But you know, there are commercial enterprises who are looking to participate in these markets because they have sustainability goals, they have whatever else business reasons for, and they're looking for some expertise in the marketplace who know or who understand MISO, who understand PJM. That's the gap in the industry today, and that's what's happening in the rest of the world. It's not new to MISO. It's not new in Texas. In fact, why did FERC go to 2222? FERC went to 2222 because of what's happening in California and New York. They wanted to bring everyone else up to speed because these jurisdictional ISOs, New York and California, they were already seeing a lot of aggregation of distributed resources.
Mike A. Heimer, NIPSCO again. So I think the child development analogy falls apart a little bit. I'm not an expert either, except I did raise two sons, and both are still alive, have all their body parts, and only slightly limp. But so when my sons were crawling, I didn't force them to walk before they were ready. They decided when they were ready to walk. And you're suggesting that we be forced to walk before we're ready. All we're saying is let us crawl until we're ready to walk and let us walk. And I get there's a tension. I mean, there's a tension between an outfit that has the reliability responsibility and a company that wants to create additional revenue streams. And that's not a bad thing, but it is what it is. And so we're the ones that want to make sure we get it right before we walk and then run. And I don't think that's a bad thing. And I really am offended that you moved off the party analogy.
I think we can all agree that reliability is important. I haven't seen any client or aggregator express any movement away from the primary objective of reliability because their name will be in the papers too. Nobody wants that reputational harm coming from not taking care of reliability. But taking care of reliability does not mean we start to look at the opportunities that are in the marketplace today. That's what we're really talking about because these guys who are sitting in the back and representing Sun and other, they are not making up stuff, right? People are indeed curious about solar opportunities. They are indeed working with the utilities and trying to find out what is this interconnection requirement. There are, in fact, people who don't know MISO are asking the question, what is MISO? They know that it's not a soup anymore, right? Now, when things go like blackout, then people in Texas realize the role of ERCOT. And what we are trying to do in the aggregator marketplace is help you so that when we get to those emergencies, we are there for you. So we want to work together. Obviously, the business interest-wise are different because investor-owned utility as an aggregator, all that kind of stuff. But we can work together in a collaborative way.
I would agree with that, yep.
So would you say that there's, sorry, this is Rich Brunt, utility staff, utility commission staff, operational risk that the utility has, can you separate that out with financial risk? And can you make a clear delineation between the two in this sort of environment?
We have to. We have to make that risk, or we have to talk about what that risk entails. Because how would an aggregator know what risk they're taking on if they don't have enough information on this random topic called override? We mentioned SAIDI-SAFI as a way to look at it, but SAIDI-SAFI, does it give us enough information on the distribution system, on what was the real cause for that outage? If it is a tree branch always hitting the distribution feeder, it's one cause. And is that cause always the case? Because we all know these data and these metrics come handy, but as soon as you start to make decisions on it, then you realize they were not using the same terms. One will use capital T, one will use small t. Did they really mean tree damage, or did they mean a branch fell? So we're going to quibble about those terms at the time, and then we realize this is really not helping us, this data that we have. So that's what I'm really worried about. We need to understand the risk. So to understand the risk, we need the data. To have the data, we need historical information from the utilities. And only utilities have that information today.
We have another question in the back. After which I think we're going to cut this off and transition into next steps discussions.
I just wanted to quickly say, this is Michelle Baer. I think just to answer your question about the paradigm shift, the shift is that really these become suppliers, right? It's supply versus traditional demand. And I also just want to point out that in the transmission space, which we also do interconnections for, we do work in conjunction with generators, Gen IPPs, who attach. We would see this as almost a very similar process. And it's not adversarial. It's effectively, you're facilitating the interconnection, because that is really to the actual transmission system itself. So we're separated, have been for a number of years, but really that paradigm shift is that these systems are now going to be utilized for supply. And that impact to the feeders, to the circuits, to the transformers, to all of those components will matter in the future, and to be successful with the implementation of this order. So.
Thank you for that, and I want to say thank you to all who presented today, and thank you to all that asked questions and who attended both in person and on YouTube. We truly appreciate your participation in this process. So let's talk a little bit about next steps. We would like, please share any additional comments that you have by March 31st. We're opening up a comment period, sort of reply comments to the previously submitted comments and to what you heard in the room today. We encourage all of you to submit comments. Comments can be submitted at urccomments@urc.in.gov. Just note that all comments received will be posted on the IURC website. Another reminder that if you'd like to be on the email distribution list, please sign up. Also, if you haven't signed our sign-in sheet, please do so before you leave today. That would be great. Next steps is a bit of an open question, and I guess I'm going to just put that out there for a few minutes. I mean, we thought about, this is a good opportunity to go away, to wait on comments, to review those comments, and to sort of revise our issues list and decide, what questions still need to be answered, what areas we need to focus on. But I'm just going to put the question out there. What do y'all think about next steps, where we go from here? I mean, speaking for myself, I feel like, we're early in this process. We still have a lot to talk about. We haven't even begun putting pen to paper yet in regards to rules, and I don't see that we're there yet. But yeah, I'm going to put that question out there if anyone has any suggestions. Donna's coming to the.
As much as I can't believe I'm saying this, that maybe a roundtable process is best for this. I mean, I think the only way that we're going to get through all the issues is to have like an interaction, even with the folks that we don't agree with, in order to get through what are the issues, how do we resolve them. I think everybody generally wants to come to rules that are fair and equitable to everybody, and it just, to me, this seems like I went through the Ohio deregulation process back in the day, and this seems kind of similar to that, where there's a lot of new participants trying to figure out who's responsible for what, trying to figure out how do we figure out if there's penalties if people don't show up when they're supposed to. And it just seems like maybe a roundtable discussion, and I hate to say it, maybe on a monthly basis or quarterly basis. I'm not sure how fast you guys want to go, but something like that seems to work.
So topic-based then?
I'm sorry?
Topic-based then?
Yeah.
Well, that's great feedback. You're actually the second one I've heard that from this afternoon, so we're gonna take that one to heart. Anyone else? And again, you don't have to have next step ideas today. Again, we have a comment period open for the next 4 weeks until March 31st. We encourage all of you to submit comments. Tell us what you think and where we go from here. So I want to thank you again for your interest and participation in this process. We at the IURC believe in having open, transparent stakeholder processes with active engagement by as many interested stakeholders as possible. And that wouldn't be possible without you and your active involvement. So thanks again. We look forward to reading your comments. With that, I think we're adjourned.